subject agency levels.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of the National Education Conference by the Malawi Institute of Education, MIE, all the way from Nkopola Lodge in Mangochi. I have just been reminded that actually the National Conference started on Sunday, the 21st of April, with exhibitions by key players in the education sector. Yesterday, there were presentations from different presenters representing different institutions, pretty much looking at the education curriculum and its efficiency, mostly marrying it with the National Development Agenda of 2063. One of the key speakers yesterday was Professor Richard Mkandawire, who spoke on alignment of education with the National Vision for Development. The theme is the curriculum change and innovation towards achieving an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation. I'm your host, Diana Liabuba Chatata, and we're live right here on Facebook, online radio box, as well as 90.0 FM in Lilongwe, Nzuzu, and Blantyre. Kwa mene Mangochi joina kumene unoti nkumano wa makamaka wa kula kata kwemba nkhani za maphunziro imene timati National Education Conference imene inayamba la mulungu lapitali ndi ziwonetsero zosiyanasiyana kuchokera kwa anamanto akomanso mabungwe amene akukhuzidwa ndi za maphunziro. Dzulo kuchuluka ambiri koma mmodzi mwa akuluakulu amene anayankhula naye Professor Richard Mkandawire amene anakamba zakufunikira kokonza ndondomeko za maphunziro molingana ndi chitukuko cha dziko lino kapena kuti masomphenya a chitukuko cha dziko la Malawi 2063. Muli ndi ine Diana Liabuba Chatata amene ndikhale nanu kuyambira dzulo amene tayamba kupanga live streaming yathu mpaka lachitatu madzulo amene tikhale tikumaliza live streaming yathu. Mukafunanso kutimvera pa wireless mutimvera pa 90.0 FM komanso mutha kumvera pa online radio of box. Tikupemphani kuti mukhale pomwepo ndithu kwa amene mukutionera pa Facebook, pangani like, share and comment, ndipo mukakhala kuti mwatumiza makomenti ochuluka kapena wapanga malike ochuluka ndithu muli ndi mwayi opata t-shirt ya Mobi School yokongola kwambiri. For those that are watching us online, feel free to like, share and comment, and you stand a chance of winning a very beautiful Mobi School branded t-shirt. I'm your host, Diana Liabuba Chatata. Stay tuned.
The objective to the paper were to improve early literacy skills among children and to link school and home literacy practice activities. Key findings on the paper. It was found out that there is lack of parental involvement in EC activities, and EC is foundational in terms of literacy as a building block to children. Local materials can also enhance literacy skills among children, and the limited use of local available materials in CBCCs is high. There is also inadequate sustainability measures, and most materials available in ECE across the country, in the case study that was established, have poor quality or rather some damaged. Recommendations to the paper: there is need to establish more CCBs, CBCCs. There is also need to conduct further research on impact of climate change on ECE, and there is also need for capacity building on caregivers. And also as a nation, we would think of investing much on human capital as well as funding EC programs. That's what transpired in room number 3. Another presentation we had in this room in the morning was on reforming curriculum beyond academic achievements. This was a reflection on citizenship education and violence in secondary schools. Objective to the paper was to establish if indeed the curriculum does not cover citizenship skills, or if it does, but there are other factors that may need to be addressed. Key findings to the paper. First was conflict management was well covered in the curriculum. Secondly, conflict management was taught in secondary schools in Malawi through social studies and life skills. And finally, misunderstanding of human rights is also another key issue on part of students. Recommendations on the paper: curriculum reform should transcend beyond academic excellence so that students should acquire appropriate values, morals, attitudes, and skills. The other is that the curriculum should also focus on the affective domain, not just focusing on the cognitive and psychomotor domains. And finally, factors that fuel violence should be properly managed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what transpired yesterday from morning to close of business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our rapporteur, for that comprehensive recap regarding the proceedings yesterday. Another big hand to our rapporteur. Thank you so much. I hope we have all received the beautiful bags. So I just want to let you know that in the bags, there are also beautiful penny in that bag. So make sure you take it out. There's a pen inside. I know many of you did not see that. Yeah, so thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a surprise for you and a good news for you. Can I say the surprise? Can I say the surprise? We have the second keynote speaker in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to confirm today that the Associate Professor Chomola Mikeka is here today. I know many of us have heard about the Associate Professor in the name of Chomola Mikeka. Chomola Mikeka. I wanted that correction because I now know that you know the gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite Madam Lindre Chide. Madam Lindre Chide is the Deputy Director, DICAS in the Ministry of Education, and call upon Associate Professor Chomola Mikeka. A big hand for Madam Chide.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor and privilege to introduce our second keynote address speaker, who is going to take us through the address called Technologies in Learning and Science, Technology in the Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics. And as the Director of Ceremonies has rightly said, he is Associate Professor Chomola Mikeka, who is the current Director of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the Ministry of Education, and an Associate Professor of Physics, Wireless Communications at the University of Malawi. He holds a doctorate degree in engineering from the Division of Physics, Electrical and Computer Engineering at Yokohama National University, Japan. He is the current chairperson of the following: the African Standards Organization, National Commission for Science and Technology, Pharmacy, Medicine, and Regulatory Authority, and the Southern Africa Development Community Regional Medical Devices Forum Technical Working Group. He was also recently appointed to the Malawi Space Agency Task Force. Associate Professor Mikeka is also the first Vice Chair of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science, and Technology from 2022 to 2024. And he also co-chairs the African Union and European Union high-level policy dialogue driving the AU and the EU innovation agenda. And he speaks 5 languages. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our keynote address speaker, Associate Professor Mikeka, as he takes the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Lindiwe Chide, pour m'introduire en anglais. Moi, je parle français, japonais, italien, espagnol, beaucoup de langues. Je m'expliquais parfois en français. Bien sûr, thank you so much. Everything's all right. Thank you, Sam. I was at Boxford 8. There's a government secondary school, 92 to 96. And I have studied all the known languages, Latin, French, and the others. And I studied in Japan like 7 years, so Japanese and all that. I've done intern and placements. I'm a fellow at the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Italy, and therefore Italian. And in Malawi, I speak 5 languages as well, because I lived everywhere in Malawi. So I appreciate that. Present here, the government, represented by directors and deputy directors, senior officials here present. I want to recognize the development partners who are also here present, to recognize the academia and research community present here, to recognize the civil society organizations, Amabungwe, present here, to recognize the 4th arm of government, the media fraternity present here, to recognize the organizers, Malawi Institute of Education and also the Ministry of Education, to recognize the innovators and inventors present here, and to recognize the youth of Malawi present here, but also virtually, as I understand that this is also streaming live on the mobile school. No others feel to be recognized at this instance that I'm presenting a keynote on the technologies in learning, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEAM. In other words, STEAMing the education. During COVID times, STEAMing was very important. In this curriculum change, STEAMing will equally be extremely important if we are to deliver this nation going forward. And my talk is really focused on a few, provocative subjects that I will be looking at. The first one being exactly what you see, the constitutional provision which we have in there. And then the second approach would be to assume that there is no curriculum, and therefore this team, and including those who are virtually, is mandated to come up with a brand new curriculum. What could be the guide? Assume that there is no curriculum. And then we'll look at the human capital status in terms of reflections on revolution of industry, but also evolution of society. And then we'll look at the need for a disruptive approach to formulation of policy, particularly in science, technology, and innovation, doped with emerging technologies, including digital emerging technologies. And then I'll conclude with a 5-window matrix for curricular delivery, teaching and learning. I also introduced to you a brand new book which is selling at 20,000 kwacha, and I've brought 10 copies for possible quickly, taking. In the Constitution of Malawi, which I have displayed there, you will notice, and I normally move every time with the Constitution of Malawi. In case you've never seen it, you need to have a copy. That's the Constitution of Malawi. The constitutional provision on chapter 4 and clause number 25, articles 1, 2, 3, especially number 1, it says all persons are entitled to education. Now, all citizens of Malawi, and therefore it is illegal to choose not to be educated. And if you find one who refuses to be in class or to undergo curriculum, to be taught but also to learn, those ones, consider them on a pathway of illegal, because it is here a human right, but also a privilege of those citizens, all of us, 20 plus millions. Now I wanted to highlight that. Primary education shall consist of at least 5 years of learning of education. Constitutional provision. Private schools and other private institutions of higher learning shall be permissible, provided that such schools, institutions are registered with the State Department, DICWAS, which is here, by law. The standards maintained by such schools or institutions are not supposed to be inferior to official standards in state schools, government schools. I was at a state school, and that's why I normally always make reference to that. Assume, therefore, that we are living in a community, or as we are here, that we have no curriculum. It means that we need to recall where we have come from, as it was mostly taught in our curriculum that I remember of Australopithecus, a being which looked like a human being and gave hope. It was a human hopeful. Now after that came, but Homo habilis. Homo habilis looked much more like man, but it was only able to sit down, and it was not able to think. In fact, thinking and brain capacity is measured in cc, just like a car engine. And the cc for Homo habilis was very low. And sometimes I get scared when I sit in my office. I ask myself, am I not Homo habilis? Immediately I move and start walking, because I need to imitate Homo erectus, who was one who was able to walk, and the cc capacity was higher and was expected to deliver on certain tasks, and yet still disappointed the nation, the country, the world, until we had someone who was called Homo sapiens, a thinking being. And from there, we saw some who were able to walk, sit, and transact, do business. Be afraid when you are seated for a long time on your chairs, in your coaches, in your places. It might be that you are imitating Homo habilis, just an elevated portfolio from Australopithecus. And therefore, when we learned this, immediately there came a being who the Homo sapiens brought in curricula and started teaching exactly where we have come from. And books were written, formulations, postulations, theories, and so many things were done. And that's the teaching which we celebrate. And the question which I have is, should the main calf of man or woman be to teach where we have come from, or to teach where we are going? For those who do not understand the main calf, it is the language in German by Adolf Hitler. When he was in there, imprisoned, he wrote a book, The Main Calf, translated My Struggle. And Joseph Goebbels used to, speak this many times, 100 times, and he believed that 100 times a lie can become truth. That is indeed the main calf. What learning outcomes do we need? I'm asking a question. Should we focus on teaching where we have come from or where we are going? And therefore, what learning outcomes should we expect or do we need? On 12th April 2024, I was invited at the University of Malawi to help, to guide, to direct, to instruct, to share insights on how their curriculum, which has expired in science, in the School of Science, Natural and Applied Science, should be revised, redesigned, and reviewed. It is a 2016 curriculum. In there I started sharing and talking. Immediately we discovered that when I proposed a new module, a new subject with a new name, with new things, they said, oh, this is very dangerous, some of them. Why was it dangerous? It was like a tragedy of that day. They said because if we take our transcript bearing that, nowhere in the world would they recognize that module and therefore would not qualify for a master, for a PhD, for a postdoc. They try to safeguard the old tradition of curriculum which teaches for you to qualify for further studies. It was not for solving the national development agenda. I propose something which even if you don't go for further studies, you would benefit Malawi, you would benefit the community, you would benefit the nation. So sometimes we educate and we build curriculums so that we qualify for further studies and career explorations of the same. Nevertheless, I made my case, and I'm sure that those new formulations will be there. I call it Chikowi tragedy because it was in the T.A. Chikowi Lecture Theatre on 24th and 12th April. Chikowi tragedy. Imagine, therefore, that you move into a country that completely does not have a curriculum. In Netherlands, as I'm speaking, since 2019, there is in a place called Roermond, a school called Agora, which is a school, but has no class, no classrooms, and no curriculum. But it has many learners enrolled in there. Enrollment is very high in that. It has no teachers, because teaching is not necessary. Learning is what is emphasized. And it is learning by making. And every week, over 70 requests, written official with letterheads, request the owner, the manager of the school to say, we would like to visit and learn what you're doing there. And he's turning down most of those requests per week because he has no time, but you can go there. There are learners who are in there, and there's no curriculum, and that happening. All what they've done is to put a lot of, teaching and learning materials in a space. That's the school. And learners, when they are recruited, they simply begin to do whatever they are, and progressively they are learning, they are doing, and they're making experiential problem, project-based experiential learning. Is taking place. You can visit Roermond in Netherlands. Meet the school with no classes, no classrooms, and no curriculum. It is not mandatory that we need to have a curriculum. It is also not true that if you have no curriculum, then you cannot learn. It is not true. So this is we're doing for purposes of courtesy. In the book that I love the most, Malawi Implementation Plan 1, the Malawi 2063, normally I call it because some have not seen it and some have not touched it. And I feel sorry if you're in this country and you have not touched this one, you are almost like left behind. You're left behind. The most important slide for me or page in this is where we look at the pillars: agriculture, commercialization, productivity, industrialization, urbanization, and then the enablers. There are 7 of them, including human capital development, and then mindset change. There are 7 of them. I wanted to highlight just one thing. In this pillar, industrialization, we have put a target that by 2030, we are moving manufacturing contribution to GDP from 11.2% to 12.7%. We have also said in this that mining shall move from 0.8% target to 10% target by 2030. This cannot happen without a curriculum that has been tweaked in a different way. It is imperative that that has got to drop down to human capital development, where curriculum is supposed to be developed, human capital development. And therefore there must be mindset change to see where do we tilt our interests and where do we tilt our efforts. For that reason, there is that page which mandates this gathering this morning, including virtually, which says, let us therefore redesign the curriculum to inculcate, requisite skills which are aligned to the fourth industrial revolution. Revolution appears 4 times in this book, and it's all about industrial revolution. And the target is 2021 to 2024, and the cooperation to deliver this is government of Malawi and the development partners. This is where we cooperate with our international cooperating partners, that we should have focused interests to ensure we support curriculum, not review only. It is review, redesign, and reform. That's what Malawians are expecting. Redesign means that you have to craft it. And we will understand what Malawians mean to that effect. And therefore, I attempted in the redesigning of the curriculum. I looked at primary. I understand that our task is to do preschool, pre-primary, primary, basic, colleges, and secondary. I designed or redesigned the curriculum as I see it, which can thrive from 2024 to 2044. And this is my proposition as the director for science, technology, and innovation. My submission to this. The first subject, so I understood if you went in the exhibitions yesterday by MIE outside, they exhibited for primary the syllabus. There are 10 subjects there. I proposed reducing of the subjects to 7, even 5 if you want. Focus on few and be pivotal, deliberate, and impactful to a nation for the next 20 years. So, and I will not talk about secondary any other, because if you do the foundation properly, the structure will be good. And therefore, I said the first one, I put languages. I speak 9 languages actually. With 2 which I'm winning, there'll be 11. So I love languages. Love languages. But I highlighted already Chinese, and I'm just realized that the University of Mzuzu last week has launched this, and learning that. Japanese, Swahili, French, English, Chichewa, and several. You can decide, but languages is a subject. Secondly, I'm proposing mathematics, arithmetic, not just arithmetic, put in algebra, primary. Put in there, calculus. Yeah, it's Pythagoras theorem, area under a triangle is calculus. They do it. If you don't believe, come to next gen labs in Lilongwe. You will see teenagers from 4 to 9 doing calculus on tablets and all these gadgets. If they can do it, what prevents that Lulo experience? The third one I'm proposing is physics, electronics, philosophy. That's the third language. And I'm proposing philosophy, physics, electronics in one. And then I'm proposing the fourth one, coding and emerging technologies for health and nutrition, industrialization, and urbanization. You may want to make the subject short, like just coding, emerging technologies. The rest can become topics, units, whatsoever in the syllabus. You don't have to name it the way. I'm just proposing. I'm thinking. The next subject, I'm looking at creative arts, life skills, digital creation, tourism, business, procurement, supply chain, and logistics. 4 different reasons that I'm doing that. We have lost a lot of money, 80% in government, procurement, supply chain, and all that. It must start from there. It may not just be corruption. It is how we fundamentally deal with some of these things from preschool and primary school. I'm proposing that one to be there. And I love creative works because I used to write plays in French, Latin, but also for l'Association Enseignement la Langue Française au Malawi, la MEF, but also ATEM for English. So I am an artist and a drama person. Precision agriculture. Instead of just saying agriculture, I saw a book there for Standard 6, agriculture, the subject. That's the one which the State of Education was considering. Let's change the picture which is on there, which is a girl family with a hoe. Standard 6. And I opened that syllabus. On page 23, I saw precisely in there where it says the processing of cassava, but also processing of groundnuts. The teacher will show and demonstrate to the learners how to process agriculture. The processing, that is how to peel off with a knife, you know, or something. That's not what we're talking about. That's not. And that's what this curriculum should do, including the precision you can see there. What fertilizer, what nutrients, how to farm, combined harvesters, everything else we're talking about. And lastly, mining, science, technology, and innovation. The mean STI. The mean STI. If we are going to move from 0.8% to 10% of mining by 2030, we need to have that subject from primary going up. It's not strange. It's not far-fetched. I have, as government, signed an MOU with Sovereign Service Limited, Sovereign Metals, in Kasia, where there are 29 schools and already young people, primary, and have gone through the whole mining process of rutile, but also of graphite in Area 4. And we've done that. And we want that to be injected into that. The ones who are doing the mining, the refinement, everything is up to the rutile, which is used for all the metals, the steel that we're talking about, the rare earth, including the semiconductor device and the related aspects, are graduates from MUST, MUBAS, the Chancellor College, University of Malawi. And we want that to drop down the ball. So this is not far-fetched. I'm just proposing. Even if you discard all this and just pick one, I'll be happy. I'll be happy. That's my proposition. And in terms of coding, we have seen a gap. You see, I propose coding and emerging technologies here. We have seen a gap that in 5 days, if you advertise for a coding opportunity for 14 days, a boot camp, finance, for example, with the Irish Embassy, we have over 2 billion financing for the next 4 years. And this year we have received 0.5, close to 0.5 billion. Just to advertise in 5 days, we received 1,126 girls wanting to be part. These are from 14 to 25 years old. Secondary, those who are waiting for National Council of Public University selection, but also graduates of the universities who think they've not done enough in the universities. They applied. We only could pick 28. Right now, they are completing a boot camp today. Tomorrow, I'm certifying them. So I have to travel this evening to Mponera. They've been there 14 days, and this was day 3 with serious boot camp in terms of coding, digital, for various applications, digital creations, and related aspects. They are building so many things in 14 days. It will be signed by UN Women, government, Emosis, but also the Irish Embassy. We will be meeting the ambassador once again. These are the kind of things I would like to see funded by development partners, embassies, because this is the demand by the Malawians as we are transforming ourselves. And therefore, if you look at the human capital, there are 8 focus areas. So many of them: social welfare, gender, sports, wash, water, sanitation, health, health and nutrition, managing population, science, technology and innovation, education, skills development, registration. Out of all these, we are doing extremely excellent in terms of managing population. And this is based on the analysis by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, the Human Capital section, but also National Planning Commission, as represented even in the National Voluntary Reviews, NVR or VNR, Voluntary National Reviews, which I presented in Washington, but also New York annually last year. And this also was presented at the Human Capital Summit by all the presidents in Africa and Tanzania. Science, technology, and innovation has peaked from 2021 from 0 to somewhere 44%, but we are struggling with this 22% because this 22% is that we build this into the curriculum. And therefore, if what I'm proposing here we reject, we will not achieve the 22% and we will not achieve all the other aspirations by the Malawians in that. This 22% is for the curriculum. Make sure that we have it built in there. The president of this country in August last year presented the Human Capital Summit that education and skills development, science, technology and innovation, health and nutrition are among the MIP1, game changer interventions on human capital development. Issues of technology and skills development for job creation are the new trajectory Malawi is taking. And lastly, if these three focus areas have, as we understand, as a multiplier effect, if we can put in research and investment in these, then their impacts are likely to trickle down to the other sectors. We have 20 sectors or ministries in the government. 13 are service sectors. And out of those 13, we have taken 3. And if we can emphasize in this, naturally you see the economy will grow, but we also develop not just the budget injection as approved as budget policy from Parliament. We need to do certain things from the curriculum and move for the productive and real sector. These are the propositions we're making in there. And therefore, I said, we can ramble and talk all this, but we need to ask critical questions. The critical questions is, can we trace our graduates from all what we call academia and research here? And no university did this study. And therefore, I commissioned it from my own directorate, but working with data scientists in Malawi and abroad, Malawians, it was all Malawians. And with the cooperation of all higher education institutions, we targeted 21 higher education institutions out of 28. They all provided all the data. We just wrote them later. We request your data, that we touch it, and that we begin to make insights. These insights will influence policy. Number one, we looked at the, HAS. HAS is humanities, arts, social sciences. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And then that's natural sciences and related aspects. The ICT, then STI. STI, we defined it as the science and technology, the STEM, with applications. So the programs which have applications which can benefit this country. Applications which benefit this country. Not just learning for the sake of it or for further studies. We discovered that 58.6% are graduates who are failing to be employed right now, most of them, and they're in humanities, arts, science, social sciences. We discovered that 30.1 was STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We discovered that 8.8% in ICT. And we discovered only 2.5% was in STI. Only 2.5%. And the policy direction, which we are working on now, is to move from 2.5% to 25%, maybe by 2030 or by 2044. We're looking into that. If you look into this, we further analyze all the institutions, we discover that these STI graduates are only coming from the public universities, only. No private university offered or produced a graduate in science. Yet there are many public. And then if you look at STEM, 18% from private, 81% from public. The same for ICT. But if you look at humanities, arts, social sciences, we found that private universities produced more. 51 or 52%, and public universities was 48 or 49. This is a formulation that we found. We looked at them in terms of gender. We discovered quickly that for HAS, humanities and arts, they are comparable. Can I have for this Chris and Diston, please come. So you represent the male and Chris you will represent. So open distance and e-learning and Chris for the, yes. So we looked at, they were very close like that in terms of comparative ratios between the Haas. For STEM, there was more of him. For ICT, more of him. For STI, more of him. That's what we discovered. We don't go. There's something very interesting that we looked at. And when we compared now in terms of Haas for both public and private, for males and females in public and private institutions, between Haas, ICT, STEM, and STI, we discovered that for social sciences, arts, and humanities, they were very close, comparable, 50-50. But for STEM, for ICT, move. So there's a gap. For STEM, further gap. For STI, go. And for STI, the 2.5%, which represents, we got the number. These numbers, as we're doing, this sample which we're dealing with, is close to 18,000 graduates that we dealt with, because all investors gave the data. 18,000, not just 10. I was listening to papers yesterday. We got 2 teachers, 5 students. No. Can you go far and disappear? Can you go far and disappear? That's the situation here for private universities. Minus infinity to infinity. There is nothing that's taking place. These are the things the policy should collect. These are the things the curriculum should address. You remember what I read in the constitutional provision, what private institutions are offering. If they've been registered and accredited, they should offer nothing less of what is expected in the state-owned institutions. It is a clause number 25, Article 123, Chapter 4 of the Constitution of Malawi. The Malawians are expecting that. And then the rest I'll skip. You can look at bachelor's certificates, diplomas. I'll skip all this. You can look at the universities, everything else. I'll skip all that because the data, the slides are available for you. You can look at them. I've shared already with the organizers. It's very interesting. But what are the recommendations? The recommendations here were saying little progress towards establishing science, technology, and innovation programs, including subjects and modules across institutions and schools. We should use the new National Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy to be launched this year, which you will participate in terms of adding value to it, to promote existing and creating of new STI programs to align with the Vision 2063. We have to do it from 2.5% to somewhere 25. Not 50, where all the others already are. We want to see this map change. We should have more yellow for that, so that we can look. Special thanks to DSTI, all universities and colleges, but also Femi Analytica, Dr. Edith Milanzi. Some of you might know her. She's in the UK, but Malawi, and doing a lot of data science across Europe. But also Tokozani Kumwenda, who is a master student at Malawi University of Science and Technology and a teacher at Dwambazi Community Day Center School. I bring people who are brilliant to do great things, and they are the ones who've been doing these kind of things. Having said that, I wanted to highlight that the deliberate purpose of what we are doing now is not to emphasize on research and development in the policy formulations of science, not to look at the innovation system, because we want everyone to be an innovator and to invent and innovate in this country. Not select a few, not an ecosystem of, in a club sort of. We want everyone, but the goal, what we are working on is science, technology, and innovation for transformational change of society. That's what we have chosen. And that's what we want to see in the curriculum. Science, technology for transformational change of society. And therefore, we need to see that the quality of life in rural communities and to recognize rural standards of living as a key indicator of success of government policies. If we have policies, if we have curriculum and it's not changing the rural communities, the rural society, those are failed government policies. That's a failed curriculum. If you have a school and find that the community around the school is struggling, that is a failed curriculum. That's the measure. So curriculum as budget policy, they are policies as well. Having said that, I wanted to highlight that what we're looking at, therefore, in the policy covering what I highlighted was science, technology, innovation, and socio-economic growth in agriculture, tourism, mining, and energy and other sectors, STI infrastructure and infrastructure for STI development, market access, investments, financing, innovation management and commercialization, but also human capital. There are 4 policy priority areas. Human capital development is coming back deliberately to ensure that curriculum is addressed the way we want it to be, the way Malawians want it to be, the way government wants it to see. Economic growth and development using science or knowledge-based, technology-driven, and innovation-led. That's the goal. Having said that, there must be some emerging technologies. You asked me to talk about the technologies, so I have a few slides now to conclude with. What are the emerging technology options for curriculum delivery? I went to one Jeremiah who has done his car. I got into, he's in Bunda. It needs touch-up of some emerging technologies, but this can be taught even from, from primary, car assembly, and going up, some of those kind of things that we're doing. And then the technologies we're referring to here are 3D printing, cloud technology, drones, social media, artificial intelligence, 5G, including the next generation, GIS, augmented reality and, virtual reality, cloud sourcing, IoT, Internet of Things, blockchain and Satoshi coins, cyber physical systems, and remote sensing. These are selected few which you can use to deliver the curriculum. Artificial intelligence, we have now a center at the Malawi University of Science and Technology. You will see the Honorable Minister launching it just last year. And therefore, given all that framework and background, I bring to you what the Ministry of Education considers to be technologies ripe for curriculum delivery, which have also been tested by ourselves. And in here, there are those who are championing those ones, and they will come and stand with me. On air, radio and TV, those who are delivering curriculum, including Tikwele programs, is radio and TV. Online, internet connectivity to all the schools. We have 1,774 secondary schools, 6,954 primary schools. We have 5.293 million primary school learners. We have 485,000 secondary school learners. All this must be internet connected, because some can be delivered. Some will be on air in terms of radio and TV. Some will be accessing digital libraries offline. This is where we are seeing aspects like the MyLab, and then the print, the books, and then the low-end mobile phones, Inspire Lane, where the USSD calls voicemail and interactive aspects. I want to show you some of the partners that were working on this. For the radio, we have the Cubics, DSTI Dodo, and their programs, including the Education Broadcasting Station, which will be launched more likely maybe this year. DSTI, Giga, UNICEF, Airtel, Marin, Malawi Research and Education Network, Fast Networks, OCL, and several others are in connecting schools. We have so many players here. You can join us. In terms of digital libraries, we have the Imagine Worldwide, Cubics, USAID, Digital Malawi Project, PPC, University of Malawi, and several others. Under the press, we have the Malawi Institute of Education. The more reason to have the press completed. Executive Director, we were talking yesterday, and I was asking you, have you received now all the support to have MIE Press to print, to publish books? This is critical. And then for the mobile phones, I would like to request, Inspire Lane. So those who Inspire Lane you can come to. Those who are doing digital on air, is there anyone who said for on air, manufacturing of radios, TVs, we are full throttle working on that? Just come. I just want you to show that what I'm proposing here or what we are saying, yes, we go, is realistic. So anyone who wants to stand as a radio champion or TV, please come. You know, he is on mobile end device. And I want to invite those who are into connectivity to say, we stand strong for schools connectivity. Please come also. If you don't come, this can be disconnected, because then we say, I think there's no critical mass to support government agenda in this. Do we have anyone who are saying we really want our schools to be connected and we're championing that? Please come up front. Chris Scott. You know, those who are saying digital libraries, we saw it in Shima School, you know, strengthening higher education access in Malawi. Digital libraries, so many things, Rachel, Aptas, and all those. Are you here? You know, that school connectivity, low end, most walero, timafoni, okay? And then, what's that? For digital libraries or for only? Excellent, radio and WhatsApp, okay. And then I would like to ask for press, because the books will not go away. We'll still print books. Are you there for books? No one in promoting, should we discontinue publications of books? MIE, just come, because we want you 30 seconds. These things which I've just highlighted, they will give 30 seconds to 1 minute in terms of what they're doing in this. They are supported by the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, which says provide schools and other education institutions with technology equipment and, where possible, broadband internet connection. 55 member states of the AU. As I said, I sit as a chair there. And countries are moving forward. It's on page 43 of the 66 page of the Digital Transformation Strategy for AU. SADC Digital Transformation Strategy says drive and accelerate the strategy adoption for digital technologies by and in all SADC member states, Malawi inclusive. Then we have the National Digitalization Policy, Data Protection Act, National STI Policy, which is upcoming, and the National Odeo Policy. Last week, we were in Imponera with permanent secretaries looking at the National Odeo Policy, and they said we want that 4 or 5 window matrix to cover all DEL, because other places there's no connectivity, but there's radio, somewhere there's TV, somewhere there are offline digital libraries. We want all this to be used, and the policy should be clear on that matter. These things are coming up. I wanted to give you the mic for that. It's curriculum change, reform, redesign through the review process we're doing. 30 seconds to 1 minute. I will see you soon.
Thank you so much, Professor. My name is Sam Maskini. I'm a co-founder for Inspire Learn. Now, I'll take you back to COVID-19 time, where about 6 million school-going youth were left at home without any effective or alternative learning. And the question that really brings up is, can you imagine how many of those actually got back to school? And it doesn't end there. We had about 3 cyclones, Freddy, Anna, and then we had the malaria outbreaks. Each time our school system, our education structure is disrupted, further widening the gap in the education. So if you're talking about human capital development, as vulnerable as we are, we need to come up with inclusive e-learning opportunities. And this is where Inspire Learn comes in. What Inspire Learn does is, using a basic phone, a teacher at the school can set up a class. The students are notified by SMS. And when the time is right, they all join in by dialing a short code. We're currently being supported on 4274. And there you think of the way you conduct your meetings on Zoom, the way you conduct your meetings on Google Meets and any of those teleconferencing advanced softwares. But now this is working on any basic phone in any household. And we're now working with a couple of schools. We have about 2 girls that are literally learning whilst at home. They had dropped out. And our goal is to make sure we lessen the gap of school dropouts. We're able to support blended e-learning, support the physical school structures. Where there are no advanced resources, we come in. And we're looking for partners to work with, as we've just launched a couple of weeks ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me to come and speak as well. I serve in Blantyre Rural with YWAM Education. And sorry, I wasn't prepared for coming up today, so I'm feeling a bit out of it. We designed an app during COVID because during COVID we saw the schools suddenly closed and we had lots of students who didn't have access to education. And so we created something called the Malawi Learning Partnership because we felt that whilst there was lots of good resources that were out there, they were not made by Malawians for Malawians. And we wanted Malawian teachers to be able to engage with their students. So we designed a simple app where we mapped it to the current curriculum. It needs to change now, because obviously we're here to change that, so we'll have to start from scratch. But the whole point was, how can we give teachers devices and they can create the lessons themselves? So what they did is we created a WhatsApp-style lesson builder, and it works offline first. So they took the phones, they went and did videos of themselves, they went and wrote lessons, they wrote multiple-choice questions, and so on. This is now going to change because AI has suddenly come in. We can produce some of those lessons in a matter of seconds, so now we need to teach teachers how to use those technologies. But we can see that is a good way for changing rural areas, because in rural areas people need access to the technology, and if we can get mobile phone networks and so on to really buy into this and provide the free data, everyone can have access to technology through digital devices.
Thank you. I'm Naomi Muntali from UNESCO. We started bringing in technological support during COVID when we realized that the focus for radio lessons was on other subjects, mathematics, Chichewa, science, and there were 4 subjects which were being focused on, and we were concerned that life skills education was not actually being involved. So we agreed with the Ministry of Education that we would support the development of radio lessons for life skills education for primary and secondary schools. So what we have been able to do is to develop lessons for standard 3 up to Form 2, and these lessons are now being used by the Education Broadcasting Service. So we feel that we have really made a good contribution. We are not able to provide gadgets, but at least we make sure that the content is available. In addition to that, we've also developed a chatbot. It's called Kupunzira Baden, which is accessed through WhatsApp. So what we do is to load resources that can be accessed by both teachers and learners. And we've done a marketing strategy. When we launched it in 2022, we went on a marketing approach to also make sure that parents are aware of the chatbot and can also, download materials for their learners and so on. So thank you. That's what we do. Thanks.
All right. So I'm being guided on time. 10 seconds.
I think for me, I can leave it for my brother can do it because I think I wanted to say something similar to that.
Yeah, so for World Vision in Malawi, we are leveraging on digital libraries for after-school literacy sessions in the reading clubs, where we are using tablets and digital libraries to have the books for standard 1s up to standard 4s. As you may know that we are still struggling to have children learn how to read and write. So we are trying to increase time on text in the after-school clubs. Yeah, thank you so much.
In respect of gate crashing, Mobi School is a radio station. We have an application. We are also able to provide education content from preschool, primary, secondary to tertiary level. What we do is we have pre-recorded programs that are sent through WhatsApp but are also aired on radio. You're also able to access class content by dialing *456#.
We have made it possible that every child has access to digitized and quality education, considering that everything is digital now. I could have said more about how it was started, but we started in 2018, having mobile laboratories, something that we're still going to be doing in the next 3 months. Our full programming comes on air on 90.0 FM from the 1st of next month. But otherwise, you can see our banner there. We have an application and everything else. So we are an integrated digital platform for education. Thank you.
Yeah, and from Malawi Institute of Education, let me begin from the COVID era. The radio programs that our children were able to listen to on radio, like Madam has said, some of them were life skills. The people behind the production, Malawi Institute of Education was there. 50% of those programs were developed, produced by Malawi Institute of Education in partnership with the MCD in Blantyre. Our new direction now, to cater for the demands of the digital generation, the digital era, is to invest in content production. And this is the direction we are taking. So as we are digitalizing education, our major focus is content production. We may not be do airing, for example, but broadcasting houses can be obtaining content from the Malawi Institute of Education. That's our new direction. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can I just quickly say something? I want to thank you for doing this, because you have alerted us to the partners, possible partners that we can leverage on, and that we can make sure that we maximize the use of technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UNESCO. She's lead for next. We can take. Allow me now just to conclude in the 3 minutes that I have. Thank you all. We need to invest in retooling, reskilling, upskilling the teacher. We need to invest in the new pedagogy, including the tech pedagogy. We need to invest in the new and repurposed classroom. We need to invest in cyber safety. We need to invest in the teaching, learning materials, including operate and maintenance and approach. Now I wanted to remind you, 18,000 secondary school teachers need to be targeted. I remind you, 85,000 primary school teachers need to be targeted. The directors of teacher education are here. I need to remind you, 485,000 primary school learners need to be targeted. 5.3 million, if it was about campaign, I was going to say that this is enough. 35% of the national population, we have it in education already. 6 million plus. And I wanted to remind you, 1,774 secondary schools need to be targeted, both public and private, because it is a constitutional provision. But also 6,954, both public and private, constitutional provision. And lastly, as I'm concluding in there, assume that there is no curriculum. How can we craft this curriculum? That was my first take. What should guide the formulation of the curriculum? Should it be the NESIP up to 2030? Should it be the MIP1 through Malawi 2060 through MIP1? This is what I have argued in this presentation. What outcomes do we want to see in 5, 10, 15, 20 years? Because I know for sure that we will not again meet like this until 2044. That I'm sure, I can assure you. We will not meet again. And this, therefore, will be lost opportunity, and history will never forgive us if we play around with this time and do curriculum review, reform, redesign by simply changing the necktie or polishing the shoe. You need to change the attire, the smell, the direction. That's the transformation. It shouldn't look the same. You shouldn't say, oh, I know this curriculum. No. This is why I've changed to this. From education 1.0 to 5.0. From society evolution 2.0 to 5.0. These are the targets we should give ourselves in the curriculum. From industrial revolution 2 to 4. That's what education 1.0 is about, teaching. We all seem to be talking too much about teaching. We should go to do research 2.0, community service 3.0, innovation 4.0, industrialization 5.0. This curriculum should address all that. And I've said in detail, Nagani Nazambili, Nkopola Court. In this book, Springboard to Industrialization, through science, technology, and innovation in Malawian schools, this book, published just last week, 253 pages. You can have a copy, 25,000 kwacha. Everything I've put in here based on what I've seen by traveling to primary schools, secondary schools, maker spaces, and speaking with the young people. They've given me hope. And the dedication in this book to the young people. It has been signed by the Secretaries for Education, but also the ministers have been acknowledged. All the ministers who have touched education since 2021 have been acknowledged in this book. You can get a copy. When we are talking of society evolution, 2.0 and 1.0. 1.0 is a hunting society. See in our books a bow and arrow. That should stop. 2.0 is celebrating small irrigation efforts, farming with a hoe, and putting that in the curriculum. That is an agrarian society. And publishing papers in universities saying Malawi is an agrarian society. That should stop. We need to rise to manufacturing. The mega farms should be mechanization. That's why I propose that one in primary. Start of mass production, productivity, invention and computers, and then the society, super smart society in 5.0. You have the strides. And lastly, industrial. We are still at some mechanization, but we're struggling with electricity. That's 2.0. We need to do more physics, more electronics to produce electricity, which can be considered varied from primary up. And then we can come to automation, artificial intelligence. All this, the curriculum must address. Lastly, you will see that radio is owned by close to 40%. We need to make more radios. We have already demonstrated the capacity to fabricate radios in Malawi, and we are targeting each and every learner, apart from having a book and a notebook, they should also have a radio. I wrote a proposal last week and passed it through bilateral forms in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and people asked me, you think we can assemble tablets in Malawi? Should we really support this? I said, yes. They said, where? They were doubting, but that has passed. And we are looking now for a huge financing mechanism through the integrated financing, approach of the Malawi government and the external governments for $5 million, provision to put up a plant to support the digitalization. Otherwise, there will be a lot of the cadaver, kimash, gadgets which are thrown all over. No service, no maintenance. They're breaking out 3 or 6 months, and they can frustrate a good cause. We need to solve that, and we are doing that. Monthly expenditure on the internet in the urban sectors is 8.5 thousand kwacha. In the rural, it's 3.1. Average is 5.2. That is already a proposal on how we can finance connectivity to schools in urban and rural. MACRA, National Statistics Office, has given us the data. Just last week, this has been published. Lastly, ownership by type of mobile phone. MACRA and the National Statistics Office have told us that majority of the population, 57.4%, own a basic phone. No wonder Inspire Lane there are saying back to basics, the mobile phone. 57.4% of Malawians own a basic phone. Educate them through that phone. I submit. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Mikeka, for the discussion that you've just had. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I want to attempt to make a summary of what he said. I think because he tackled a good summary towards the end of his presentation. And also in the interest of time, we are only going to allow 5 reactions to the presentation so that we can have the next presentation that is coming. So the first 5. Livness, Limbani, Ruben. One more from that side I can't see properly. And I think Bridget, in that order. Start with Livness.
Good morning. My name is Livness Male. Thank you very much, Dr. Mikeka, for your good presentation. It's informative, educative, but also thought-provoking. What I like is the proposals that you've made to the curriculum, and that's what I would like to comment on. You know, our current primary school, science and technology we start offering science and technology at standard, is it 4 or 5? 5. And that is too late to start teaching science and technology. Our current thinking and focus on foundational learning is on literacy and numeracy. But I want to submit that literacy is such a powerful tool that we can use to teach science and technology, even in the early grades. So what baffles me are the stories that we put in our literacy materials. I think that's one thing that we need to change. What stories are our children reading in literacy? Kalulu the Hare, Chinzukwa, Chinangotuluka Kumanda, and so on. We need to change that and begin to package science and technology and innovation stories, even in a grade 1 book. They can read about artificial intelligence in standard 1 in a storybook. They can read about bullet trains. They can read about computers. They can read about our natural resources. If you ask a standard 2, 3, 4 child about Lake Malawi, they don't know about it because we have hidden that information. So we can use literacy to promote science, technology, and innovation even in the early grades, because we are introducing it as a subject in later grades. The second point that I have is I like one of your concluding slides where you gave us statistics of the number of schools that we have. 5.7 primary schools. We are doing innovations, we have so many projects, we have so many partners working, but in how many schools are we going into? How many schools are we targeting? I liked those that came in front. How many learners, how many schools are we targeting that we can make an impact in our society? If we are targeting 100 out of 5,700, what percentage is that? How much impact will that make? So when we are talking about innovations, the impacts, the projects that we are bringing in, we must think about the numbers, the statistics, and not just a few that will benefit from that. I had another point, but I've forgotten. Thank you very much.
So you can take it to Ruben just behind.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mikeka. I'm Gresham Robin from Secondary Directorate in Institute of Education. I like the presentation. Thanks for the nice as well articulated presentation. I'm for the idea of reducing the subjects. It's not only for primary, even secondary. If you try to count the number of subjects which the secondary school students are taking, it's just too much for them. There is need at least to consider the number so that the learners should concentrate. And also the curriculum should be the one which can assist the learners after, let's say, secondary section. This time around, there are a lot of school leavers, that is after MSCE. They have nothing to do, as the presenter was saying. If the curriculum is the one which can give them something to do after MSCE, and also entrepreneurship, if it's included, that can help. There are so many who are jobless, but if the curriculum is well articulated, it can help to reduce the number of those who are jobless. Thank you. Over.
Said Limbani. I think there was a hand from Limbani.
Allow me to stand so that I can see the presenter. Thank you, Prof, for that exciting presentation. I buy all the ideas that are there, but I don't know at what price. I think you mentioned about $5 million needed to install that plant, which is really a huge budget if we convert that into our Malawi kwacha. And starting from there, my research shows that most of our ICT programs are donor-funded, donor-driven. And this is a challenge for Malawi, and it's very difficult to sustain them. And that's why I want to agree with my sister there. How many schools are we targeting? Most of the pilot programs, few schools, and we leave many schools, many children behind. I think this is where we now need to look at our investment and ensure that we do sufficient domestic resource mobilization in order to support ourselves. Secondly, I want to agree with the suggestion on developing our own content. When we are preaching about teaching for fourth industrial revolution, we need also to redesign the content to reflect our local context. This is where I support the movement on decolonizing the curriculum. We are learning things from the United States, China, and elsewhere, which may not be practical within the context of Malawi. We need to teach coding, artificial intelligence in our own language, reflecting our own culture. I think this is something that we need to look at as a country. Lastly, I like the ambition. We are looking at Malawi 2063, but I think if we don't have the political will, that is a vision for Malawi 2163. I think another 100 years after 2063. We need good political will, and we need stability, especially within the Ministry of Education. Too many changes at the top, and therefore we lose the vision, we lose the strategy, and we lose the goodwill that has been there. So these are just my reflections, but I want to agree with you. We need to go digital, because where I'm working, Educans, we have developed a skilled app which we have been using to train teachers. And I think a number of people here would agree in the districts where we have been going that this is the way to go. And of course, digital issues are highly costly at the start, but I think as you roll out, it becomes cheaper. I was reading in the EMIS 2023, it's saying that we need 40 million textbooks to reach teacher-pupil ratio of 1:1. When will that be when we only have 5 million textbooks? But digitalization is going to cheapen that, because you design a program, everyone has access. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Kalizango, then Bridget and Neba at the back.
Thank you very much, Prof, for well-articulated presentation, which has tackled so many angles concerning the curriculum. And you have asked us, and you have told us that we should imagine that there is no curriculum. So what is the type of curriculum do we want? And you have asked us at the end several questions like, what should guide us to come up with the formulation of our curricula, as well as what type of outcome are we anticipating come 2044. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about the issues of curriculum, we should think of a teacher. All these which we are discussing, where are we placing our teachers? What type of content should they have in the teacher training colleges so that they should embrace what we are talking about here? Both primary and secondary, as well as our lecturers in the teacher training colleges and our lecturers in the teacher education institution. So let's think of that as we are coming up with the design of the curriculum which we want. What type of a teacher should we produce? Should it be a teacher who is familiar with the technologies? Should it be the teacher who is familiar to combine technologies and the arts? That is the thing which you have to think at the back of our mind. Let me just give you, just 2 weeks ago, we were in Nairobi, and we said we should pay a courtesy call to our embassy, where we met Her Excellency, Madam Kalista Butarika. So she asked us a question. What type of education are you offering in Malawi? More especially concerning the teacher education institutions. And she said, just go to one of the primary schools here. You find out that the students, the learners at those primary schools, you do think that they're in standard 8, also they're in standard 2. The type of education which is being offered in Kenya is totally different from Malawi. And she also mentioned about the 2 teachers who went to teach in Kenya, and after a term, they were sent back. They said, this is not the type of teachers who we need in Kenya, because they're very far away from the type of education which is offered in Kenya. So what I'm trying to say is, as we are thinking of the curriculum, we have also to think of the type of teachers we want to produce before they use that curriculum. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bridget, and I think her neighbor, those should be the last.
Thank you so much for recognizing me. Thank you so much, Prof, for the presentation. I should be honest, when you started presenting, I kind of like sensed that the presentation, you were almost putting our feet like on very tricky ground where we are not really firmly standing on, because this is a new kind of approach. But I like it. I think it's time that as Malawi, we should have a different approach to our education system. The curriculum should have a different approach. I like the idea of having a sense of possibilities, and that was also mentioned yesterday in the speech that the SE mentioned. And if we are going to have a mindset change, it also means that we need to be ready to welcome new ideas that seem to be radical like this. Having said that, I would also like to say that when we look at the 2063 agenda, there is the mention of the nation being self-reliant. And I think in our curriculum, we need to infuse that as well. If you look at our programs, most of them, they are still heavily relying on being supported by donors, funders, and what have you. That's not being self-reliant. Just as this radical idea of change in terms of the curriculum that is being proposed, we also need to have a very radical approach to how, as Malawians, we want to stand. Otherwise, we'll be singing the song of being self-reliant until 2063 and find ourselves not self-reliant in anywhere at all. So there's need to, I think, in a bold way, to approach this, as radical as it sounds, but if we are going to get to that point, there's need for these kinds of radical approaches. And I would just like also to comment on the presentation, the way you tapped into the sound research, which I often find missing in most of the presentations on research where I've at least visited, especially in terms of methodology. And yet we are saying it's a research in education, which I often think it makes mockery of our education system. You find most of the times when you put across issues of methodology, you question, people think that you are going overboard. People think that they often back the presentation saying, no, this is not supposed to be research, to have any research vigor. It's just for the sake of presenting. I think in an education setting, we need to show that our education system provides for that space and not make mockery of the education pursuit. With that, let me give it to my neighbor here.
Thank you so much, Professor Mikeka, for a very wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it. I really like, I think, the proposal that you've made in terms of subjects to be offered by curriculum developers, which in this case, MIE. However, I'll be straight to the point. Where do we place indigenous knowledge? As you're aware that now we have so many youths across the country coming up with very brilliant, good innovations in terms of science and technology. So in your write-up, I just want to appreciate where we can place or where we can tap this indigenous knowledge in terms of science and technology. Otherwise, it was a very wonderful presentation, and I really like it. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. I think we'll not take any more comments. We'll continue during break our interaction, but I'll give Prof like 2 minutes just to wind up. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'll take 2 minutes. The rest were comments and commendations, but I observed 2 which I need to speak to. One from the Deputy Director, Teacher Education, but also the last question. What institution is that? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, Chinomba. Is Enoch Chinomba, the principal? Okay, thank you. When you are far, you look different. So I'll start with that one. You asked about placement of IKS, Indigenous Knowledge Systems. Indigenous Knowledge Systems, they are under science, technology, and innovation in our context, but also in the African context. And they follow the protocol, the SADC protocol of Swakopmund. So following the Swakopmund protocol, 2013 and even prior to that, we look at traditional knowledge, cultural expressions, and then indigenous knowledge systems, including indigenous medicines and related aspects. These would fall under creative works, the way I put there. Culture is there, you know, and related aspects. That's the formulation that I was thinking. It would come not as a subject, but maybe under topics, units even in the syllabus, because it is a strong tenet. We wanted to translate traditional knowledge in terms of what helps heal us from COVID. Can we take those ones and do phytochemical analysis at secondary, at university, bioactive compound analysis for that, and come up with medicines, drugs, vaccines? But from that knowledge. South Africa is doing it, Namibia is doing it, Rwanda is doing it. Pfizer, big companies, are talking to presidents in Africa to see how they can get booklets of Umaina as in Tongatimens, which are in Chichewa, Lomwe, Tumbuka, Kiangonde, to say what is that for pharmaceutical, purposes from traditional knowledge. I sit as chair also of medicines at African Union also, so I know, and we have compendiums. Even here as a board member of the Pharmacy and Medicines Regulatory Authority, we have a huge repository of traditional knowledge in terms of herbs, which are useful for that. It should go to that domain. So you see that I put there somewhere, I had put emerging technologies for health medicine as a subject. You can put it in there, medicine, health, and then talk about that by having experts, around that. And then the last one I wanted to comment was teacher education. Teacher education, remember I showed you a slide where I said if we do not invest, number one, in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling the teachers who are already in the schools, they would lose their jobs. With the curriculum, serious curriculum change, all of them would lose their jobs. And that would not be good for this nation. University of Malawi at one point, it resisted, professors resisted to use computers. They said the aeronauts were much more amenable and useful. And we had resisted some 20 years ago to adopt technologies. But it required retooling the professors, the academy and researchers, to trust that they can do better on the devices. And it was an investment. This is required. That's why, apart from the teacher competency framework, it is also mandatory that the member states, including Malawi, have the teacher ICT competency framework. If you don't have investments or money to come up with a separate, then you can build ICT competency framework in the teacher competency framework and come up with a digital skills competency framework to do integrated technology learning and teaching and everything else. These require heavy investments from government and partners. If we don't, whatsoever we are doing is useless, is effortless, would have wasted time. So the teacher is important. I'm not surprised that they were retained from Kenya, because the African Union Teacher Mobility Program and agenda requires that the competence, the CPD, everything should be at the same level, that you can flip through around Zambia, South Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and do the delivery the same way, with the same tools. This is where we're driving. That's why I refer to the AU Digital Transformation Strategy and everything else. And in that strategy, you will see on page 53, there is a student with a bag which is digitally, geolocated and time-stamped. That when learners are moving, they have an early warning sensors in there. They should not be lost. They should be tracked. All that is in the strategy that we have, implementable and related as a school bag, which links because this is the G77 resolution last year in Cuba, Havana, to say that we need to have early warning systems for every individual and household, and therefore member states and everything. It's a lot of things that we have to do. Next week I'm in Stellenbosch, doing nothing but hardware systems and designs for the same. I'm supported by International Atomic Energy Agency, UNESCO, headquarters in Paris, but also the International Center for Theoretical Physics, where I was born and bred 30 years ago. We will meet there again. What is it that we can do and to put in our schools? Technologies, innovations, inventions. The young ones must be captured appropriately. It is not a domain for the few, but the whole nation. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor, for that address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 10:30. So what will happen is we need to break for tea. So can we do 15 minutes only for the break? Because what will happen is we need to come back for a paper presentation before we break for parallel sessions. So if you can manage to grab a cup of tea and come back to our seat, the better. So let's manage the 15 minutes, then we resume to our presentation. Thank you so much. So we are getting back here at exactly 10:45. Please, let's do 10:45. Thank you so much.
Good morning. We are still live from Nkopola Lodge in Sunbird Nkopola Lodge in Mangochi, where the National Educational Conference is still going on. Speaking this morning was Professor Chomora Mikeka, who spoke on technologies in learning, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Some of the issues that were being discussed this morning was the use of technology, digitizing education content to make it available for students and learners starting from preschool, primary, secondary to tertiary education. So the speakers and the contributors have also emphasized on the need to be really put effort, to put much concerted effort in bringing together partnership organizations that can work in digitizing education content. Kwa amene mwangotsegula kumene tsamba limene ili komanso amene mwakhala nafe kuyambira mamawawo tafika kayi pa nthawi ya mpumuliro, koma mwachidule mongo phera mphongo zimene zayankhulidwa mamawa uno Professor Chomora Mikeka amakamba kwambiri makamaka pa nkhani zokhuza kugwiritsa ntchito makina komanso ntchito za makina a technology, monga kugwiritsa ntchito masamba internet, mafoni komanso zipangizo zina kuphunzitsa ana skulu osiyanasiyana kuyambira onse a skulu za Nkombaphala primary komanso secondary, angakhale sofika maskulu akachenjede kwambiri anakambako zoonetsetsa kuti mabuku akutha kupezeka komanso kuti munthu amene ali ndi foni athe kupeza upangiri ogwiritsa ntchito foni. Ndi mmenenso timachitira ife ku Mobi School kuonetsetsa kuti mwana wina aliyense akhale ndi mpata komanso danga opeza maphunziro abwino kudzera ku foni. And just adding what Professor Mikeka has said this morning, this is exactly what we do at Mobi School, digitizing education and making it available for preschool learners, primary, secondary, as well as tertiary level, because we understand the importance of digitized education. I am Diana Liabuba Chatata, I'm your host, and we'll go for a short break and we'll be right back as the presentations continue. Thank you.
won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Chris Ntonga. Madam Chris Ntonga will introduce the next presenter and welcome here on this podium the presenter. So ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chris Ntonga.
Thank you so much, moderator. I would like to introduce the next presenter of our program, and this is Mr. Onik Gwai. Mr. Onik Gwai is a geography lecturer at Domas College of Education. He is also currently working with Emmanuel University as a research coordinator. Mr. Gwai also worked with Ministry of Education from September 2014 till he recently joined Domas College of Education. Mr. Gwai holds a Master's of Arts in Geography obtained from University of Delhi in 2022. As if that is not enough, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gwai also holds a Master's of Arts in Education, Innovation in Learning and Teaching, obtained from South Wales University, UK in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Onik has not yet stopped learning. He is currently pursuing another master's degree in the online teaching with the Open University of UK and a Commonwealth Distance Learning Master's Scholarship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Onik Gwai onto the podium. Mr. Onik Gwai, please.
All right, as they are trying to connect, distinguished professors, doctors, academic, and all protocols observed herein. As you have lied ahead, I'm Onik Gwai, and I'll be presenting on the theme which has been displayed. But before I start my presentation, let me, in a special way, thank my previous immediate boss, who happened to be Madam Evelyn Njima from Shire Highlands Education Division. Thank you, Madam. You nurtured an upcoming academician. All right, so the theme which I'll actually go through, had it been, it was in a church, I would have simply said, race play for whatever professor presented. But since this is an academic setting where I would like to share ideas, allow me to voice out my views. So the topic is a review of digital techniques and technologies for designing effective blended teaching and learning of science subjects in Malawian secondary schools. So this topic was actually submitted towards my thesis as I was actually pursuing studies with the University of South Wales. It was an online study. So in a special way, I'll also give thanks to Emmanuel University for funding this presentation, because recently I also worked as a research coordinator prior to joining the Domas College of Education. So this will be the presentation outline, where I will look at the brief background, and then we'll also focus on a statement of the problem, and then we'll also just highlight the aim, the specific objectives, and research questions, and probably the scope. And we'll also, just in brief, highlight the literature review as well as the materials and methods, and then we will also focus on results, then conclusions, recommendations, and policy implications. So as a way of beginning, we are looking at these new concepts, and the new concept of blended learning in a very simple and straightforward definition of blended learning. We are simply looking at an education program, whether be it formal or informal, that combines online digital media and traditional classrooms, in other words, face-to-face methods. On the other hand, we are also looking at online learning as defined as a method of studying without having to attend classes on campus, especially through the use of information and communication technology tools. Such being the case, online learning can be considered as a subset of blended learning. So what could be the advantages of this blended learning? We are saying it has ability to provide a variety of online interactions. Okay. Yeah. So, and this could be one of the innovative strategies for teaching and learning, and it can promote learner-centered, and it can be a knowledge and assessment focused-based method. So we are saying, although blended learning can simplify teaching and learning by utilizing the very basic gadgets or technological devices such as computers, laptops, smart tablets, and smartphones, its improper implementation can compromise instruction delivery. So we are saying there is need for this blended learning as a way of adopting the implementation of information communication solutions as a source for flexible teaching and learning processes, both in and outside the classroom. And this is what we call the technology-enhanced learning. So, the question could be, is the face-to-face teaching and learning still relevant for the 21st century? Let's acknowledge the advantages of this face-to-face learning. We are saying it is a location where a teacher can interact, discuss, demonstrate, and communicate with students face-to-face. And it provides an ample opportunity for interaction between the teacher and the students, as well as between students. However, as we all know, that the Malawi's population is growing at an alarming rate. Therefore, this method will likely pose challenges like lack of classrooms due to an increasing number of students, and then a high teacher-student population ratio, as well as a lack of equipment in the classroom, such as desks, as well as textbooks. So, can the use of ICT into traditional classrooms be preferred over face-to-face teaching and learning? As you have already heard from the audiences, that our fellow countries, they are advanced, they are ahead of us. Therefore, we are saying in the 21st century, ICT is a required component of face-to-face teaching and learning. So therefore, the use of ICT into face-to-face teaching and learning can change the curriculum design, can change the way people learn, and can change the way people communicate. So as such, Online learning, also known as e-learning or virtual learning, can aim at eliminating the difficulties and limitations that traditional classrooms learning imposes. And this online learning, remember, it enables global networking for resources, and it can also provide information sharing for educational communities. Maybe for your own information, you have ever heard about the communities of practice. However, we should also acknowledge that this online learning has its own drawbacks. For example, it requires more discipline from students, and it can be boring at times. And it can also result into lower attendance and difficulty in tracking whether the students complete the course or not. Such being the case, it is wise and better to take into consideration the strength of both face-to-face and online learning to come up with what is known as blended learning. So, we are saying, Malawi as a country, we are one of the least developed countries, and we still rely on face-to-face modes of instruction. But this is happening despite the Ministry of Education and the development partners, such as, just to mention a few, World Bank, UNICEF, the European Union, and the others who were actually called in front here from our previous presenter. They are actually doing their best to develop blended learning. But most of the Malawi's secondary schools are still experiencing difficulties in incorporating ICT tools into face-to-face classroom. So such being the case, we are saying there is little or no progress in the implementation of blended learning in the majority of Malawian secondary schools. So what was the aim, therefore? This study actually aims at trying to investigate or examine the role of digital techniques and technologies in designing effective blended science, teaching and learning in Malawi's secondary schools. So in a specific way, we are looking at, one, to assess teachers' use of ICT-based learning systems, two, to evaluate appropriate ICT tools for promoting blended science teaching and learning, and three, to determine how ICT-based learning systems can improve science pedagogical skills. So those were the research questions in relation to the research objectives. So why the scope of the study? Because we know, as the audiences have already reacted, that the use of information communication technology should start at the early childhood level. But for this, for the purpose of this study, the emphasis was on how best can the ICT be integrated into a secondary school section, specifically in the science, teaching and learning. So I will not go into detail about the literature review, because for the literature review, we are only highlighting the quality of secondary school education in Malawi, where one of the emphasis was on performance. So the overall review actually indicates the gap, the difference in terms of performance between students enrolled into conventional secondary schools and community day secondary schools. So obviously, most of the times, conventional secondary school is often not associated with good student performance than community day secondary schools. What makes this difference? We are saying it is attributed to the government's provision and accessibility of teaching and learning resources between community day secondary schools and conventional secondary schools. So, we are aware that conventional secondary schools, they have an advantage in terms of access to facilities such as computer labs. However, it is still not clear whether such computer laboratories are fully utilized to instill digital literacy among secondary school students. So regardless of whether a secondary school has access to ICT, the problem of limited access and poor secondary education quality is more prevalent in community-based secondary schools than in conventional secondary schools. So nevertheless, but if we go as a nation overall performance, we can rate it as generally poor. Remember, I'm not using statistics simply because of the nature of this study. So we are saying the poor quality of secondary education can be attributed primarily due to shortage of qualified teachers, insufficient teaching and learning materials, inadequate teaching facilities, and ineffective school management and supervision. So despite the efforts by the Malawi government to train teachers with degrees to improve the quality of secondary education in community-based So the study also revealed that the virtual laboratories can be created using the Google Classroom. This is where teachers can upload some of the vital information which can be extracted from the YouTube videos that demonstrate how to conduct experiments or solve mathematical problems. For example, a YouTube video can demonstrate how to conduct a titration experiment in chemistry. And, in addition, the teacher can demonstrate some of the titration via Google Meet class, and student can watch. So teachers can also use, for example, a software known as Configure-It Geometry to teach mathematical proofs and theorems in a funny way. And the QThink software can be used to teach how to solve math problems in a 4-step by simply understanding, plan, and solve, and review. So, software must be taught to teachers, as the majority of them do not know how to use it. So we are saying another example is PowerPoint slides, which can contain important teaching and learning materials for subjects in sciences like maybe physics, chemistry, okay? So for example, the SlideShare software contains a wealth of scientific content that can be easily projected or delivered via online platforms, such as the software which I've earlier mentioned. And another important software is about Trello. So Trello is one of the two that can be used in science teaching and learning. It is a collaborative tool widely used by IT companies with large teams, but it has several applications for educators. For example, Trello can be used by students for project-based learning. So it includes digital boards that can be used to create various boards for assignments, test papers, and cards, among other things. So a card, for example, can be used to discuss a specific topic. And the students can use this section to post comments, questions, images, and videos. So in so doing, students can also track the progress of their projects online. So Trello can improve students' learning experiences. So what are the impacts of ICT-based learning systems on science pedagogical skills? So we are saying digital techniques and technologies can be used to motivate students, raise student achievement levels, and engage students in subject learning, among others. And inquiry-based learning can be actually integrates a variety of skills and scientific processes where the students can ask questions, make observation, plan, and conduct experiments, collect and analyze data, and use critical thinking to develop explanations, conclusions, and predictions, and then communicate their findings to others via digital platforms. So this implies that digital platforms have the potential to create a value of inquiry learning strategies, thereby increasing the students' science achievement and cognitive development. So in brief, we are saying blended learning can occur when ICT tools are used concurrently with face-to-face teaching and learning. It can assist teachers in organizing extra classes while students are at their various residences. So the current findings support the use of online platforms such as the Google Classrooms, the Google Meet, the Trello, the Microsoft Team, the SlideShare, the YouTube, can be the most convenient for delivering science instructions. So, nonetheless, the internet is the overall tool that enables online learning and blended learning. So, the blended learning can only become a reality when it is well integrated into face-to-face classrooms. So, as a way of concluding, we are saying the current review concludes that secondary school students should be provided with digital techniques and technologies because it increases their motivation, achievement levels, and involvement in subject learning. And if successfully integrated into face-to-face classroom, ICT is expected to aid in the transformation of education and therefore better fitting the learning of different types of students. So for example, SNE students, for example, can use text magnifiers, keyboards, braille, large prints, audio books, among others. So this incorporation into ICT tools into face-to-face classroom is thus more inclusive. This suggests that digital techniques and technologies can prevent school demotivation and dropout. So because students can learn both in and out of school, it is assumed that ICT will aid in improving teaching and learning processes and removing the barriers of accessing the lessons. Recommendations and policy implication. 1, the Ministry of Education should initiate a project, and I know some of the projects have already been mentioned by the present speakers. Those projects should be scaled up so that they access some of the smartphones and tablets, iPads, and distribute them to students. If we can, let's do this. The Ministry of Education is also asked to secure donor funds, as one of the participants already said that we rely on donor funding, and that is a challenge. So if we can, let's secure enough donor funds for the installation of internet connections in all Malawian secondary schools. 3, let's train secondary school teachers to learn digital skills before entrusting them with the responsibility of delivering instructions using digital techniques. The study recommends that the Ministry of Education should review the policy that prohibits secondary school students from using personal ICT tools such as smartphones, iPads, smart tablets, and laptops in a face-to-face classroom. If we are still barring the students coming with their smartphones in schools, let's forget about digital teaching and learning. The new curriculum should also be customized to allow use of ICT tools by students freely. So, because of time, I will not go further than this. Otherwise, these other are only areas for further research. And if I find time, I'll do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think you can go. Thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. He has made a very good summary at the end, but then just to highlight a few, he is very much recommending blended learning over just face-to-face or online learning. But what he's recommending is a blended learning. And then he's also saying, if we are to adopt this, we should realize that most of our teachers are lacking digital skills. So if we are to adopt blended learning, we should think of also imparting knowledge, ensuring that all our teachers have the required skills for them to be able to deliver in such environments. And he's also saying, yes, we have science subjects currently, but what we should know is the science subjects are just being taught like theoretical subjects. So this cannot help us achieve the Malawi 2063. So as we are reviewing our curriculum, we should look into that and ensure that we are getting to be practical starting from primary schools. Of course, he was emphasizing on secondary education. And he's also saying, yes, we are encouraging schools to be delivering computer studies as a subject, but then not many secondary schools are offering it. Why? Because we do not have enough resources for schools to be able to deliver such a course. And he is saying we should embrace ICT for 3 levels: instruction preparation, that's for teachers, instruction or delivery of the lessons for the teachers, and we should also allow it to be used as a learning tool by the learners. And lastly, of interest is where he is recommending that we should allow students to be bringing their smartphone is just an example, but we should allow learners to be bringing their personal ICT devices in classrooms, and this calls for a change in policy for Ministry of Education. Let me now open it up for comments and questions to the presenter. Can I have hands up, please? Yes, I'll start with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we can be brief. Our presenter, please be taking down notes. You respond after all the 6 have commented.
Thank you very much for good presentation. I'm very interested in this particular presentation. My name is Patrick Chikumba from MUBAS. I'm ICT department. MUBAS is also doing the similar research or outreach program with the Shira Highlands Education Division. The idea is to find out how best we can utilize the ICT in our secondary schools. At the end of the day, what MUBAS is trying to come up with is the model on how ICT can be adopted in our secondary school setting. We understand that our secondary schools are resource constrained when we are talking about technologies. So currently, just to add what the presentation is saying, it's true that our secondary schools are having a lot of problems to utilize the technologies, but this one is from different dimensions. When I was working with the PPC on the Digital Malawi, I was contracted to come up with a mapping of wireless coverage in the secondary schools, markets, hospitals. And one of the headmaster at Lilongwe Girls, when I was visiting to do the mapping, he gave me 2 questions. One question was, you wanted to put Wi-Fi at the school, whether outside the classroom or inside the classroom. But the students are not allowed to access any gadget. So how best can the student utilize that particular wireless? 2, you wanted to introduce wireless at our school. Who's going to pay the bills for this wireless? Is it a school? Is it a government? Is it a project? So these are some of the issues that maybe the schools can have or can face, or can also limit the utilization of ICT. Another dimension, apart from the student, apart from the teacher, one important person which is also being involved here is administrator. You are introducing a technology at a secondary school. What will be the role of the headmaster, for example? Because the headmasters or the administrators are there
to monitor the implementation of different activities, different policies. If the administrators are not aware, are not conversant what is happening, sometimes they will not enforce, they will not motivate the teachers and students to use such type of technologies. Apart from the teaching and learning, another important area that we are also looking at is the data management. So the technology that we are introducing in our secondary schools, can we also utilize this particular technology for our data management? Can this technology can also enhance collection of data for the ministry, for the division, for the secondary, for the district, for example? Another issue that we are also looking at is infrastructure, as the presentation has demonstrated. One of the key issues is the availability of the equipment. Apart from the availability of the equipment, apart from the accessibility of the equipment, who's going to manage this equipment? For example, we have introduced a computer lab at the secondary school. Who's going to look after those computer labs? If you go to the chemistry and physics, we have labs, we have technicians. Do we need to have technicians in our secondary schools to look after our computer labs? For example, who's going to maintain the equipment? And so on. So expertise for maintenance, expertise for managing those equipment is also one of the issues that we need to think about when you are talking about the introduction of ICTs. So according to the data that we have from the SHED, less than 25% of the secondary schools in SHED, they have computer labs. And from the data that we have, the maximum number of computers in a computer lab, 40 currently. But out of 40, only half of them are working. And among those schools, we have one school which has 285 students that are taking computer studies. But they have less than 40 computers to support those students. So these are some of the issues that maybe I wanted to add to the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator, for recognizing me, and thank you so much to the presenter for what has just been presented. My name is Fegim Hasimwale from Gumbe CDSS. I just want to be a witness to what the presenter has said, and I won't go into the challenges as they have already been alluded to. We at Ngumbe are lucky to have a smart laboratory. And I must attest that other than what the presenter has said here, whenever a teacher is using the smart lab to teach his or her classes, the class is always full. Students get interested in lessons which are virtual, rather than lessons whereby the teacher just reads something or narrates something to the class. So you find that the use of the gadgets, the use of YouTube, and the use of anything else that is digital in class enhances teaching and learning. And in CDSSs, I believe setting up such classrooms is going to help so much when it comes to enhancing teaching and learning in those CDSSs. We might lack a lot of things, but creating a room that is going to be a digital room is one of the best things that we can do to a school like where I am. And other than that, to management as well, is cheap, especially if management chooses to use digital skills from SMIS management, that is school management information systems. It means every data at the institution will be at your fingertips. Just to be sure of what I'm talking about, this is one of the tablets that is in our labs, and here I am with it. I'm in the office, I'm here as well, so nothing is amiss. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the presenter for his nice presentation. But more particularly, I would like to thank him for his interest in blended learning or in ICT-based learning. This resonates very well with what the Ministry of Education, specifically under the Directorate of Open Distance Learning, where I am one of the members of staff there, we are championing open distance e-learning as a means of increasing access to education. And one way of doing that is through the use of technology, educational technology. So though the study focused on teaching science subjects using digital technology, I just want to highlight the point that as a ministry, we are not only advocating use of technology in science subjects, but in all subjects. We want even a Chichewa teacher, we want even a geography teacher, we want even a teacher in any subject to use technology to facilitate teaching and learning. So I just wanted to highlight that point and thank the presenter for his interest in blended learning. I'm also glad to learn that you have done your studies through online learning or e-learning. Thank you. My name is Samson Diston from the Ministry of Education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just mention my name again, Sam Maskini from InspireLearn. Thank you to our presenter and my previous speakers. Actually, I do have the honor to also thank my teacher, Mr. Chikumba, was one of my lecturers from the University of Malawi. I'm a proud student. Thank you. Coming from InspireLearn, as we pioneer an e-learning platform that is supposed to address some of the mentioned problems, such as access to internet. You talk of sustainability of such projects when you bring them into a field. But also you talk of affordability. When you're talking of e-learning, whether blended, whether it is just distance learning, you have to look at the cost of having that implemented. As a country, we do face a huge digital divide. And by that I simply mean it's easy for us to come up with programs, or e-learning programs, and we can easily deploy, but over time they lose their momentum simply because I think even my former lecturer already mentioned or explained that the level of sustainability is required. There's just a lot that needs to go in there. From an experience of InspireLearn, we've been up and running for about 3 years. And what we have experienced is that before we even go to any particular community, we do what we call demystifying e-learning. So what we do is we gather community leaders, we gather parents, we gather the school administration, and some representatives from the students themselves. And this is in a place where the word e-learning is maybe just read out in a book. So first of all is after we just do a basic explanation, we then allow them to just get the understanding of what that means to them or how that can be utilized. We discovered a few things, and some of them we use the iceberg model. The iceberg model is just like an analogy where I'll just take the Titanic. When the famous Titanic story sank, the operators saw that small iceberg on top, not knowing that under the ocean there's a very big part of it. So they underestimated simply because they saw the observable part. Same thing with e-learning. What we're able to see now, things, no, it may not work, and that. This is what we're able to see or observe from the surface. But deep down, underlying this problem or the events that we're able to feel, to see, and sense right now, or the reports that we do get, there is a whole underlying structure that is completely against e-learning itself. Some of these things are our mental, or rather, long distance, or maybe let's just say there are farmers, maybe they have a mini solar panel that they can charge their phone. So these are some of the things that it's very difficult to impress someone else to say we're bringing an e-learning program. Before you even talk of artificial intelligence, before you even talk of any advanced level of technology that can sustain for our 2063 agenda, there is a lot that we need to, first of all, bridge, as there's that big gap we're trying to catch up to. The other part is the structure, and this involves the policies, anything to include even just the way the environment is. Some places are very far. Even the network service providers are just waiting for the right time for them to go and deploy infrastructure. So you find out you go there, your phone is completely down. You can't even make a simple phone call. So you look at such places, I'm glad that now at least we have technology such as Starlink, that at least physical structures like those can be met with. At least there's hope for that. But with that digital gap, we found out that some of these patterns, for example, if you want to maintain or sustain students' participation, they need to be well trained. Some of the parents believe that these students, when you give them gadgets like that, they might even go to unruly behavior, child pornography, or scams online. There's just plenty of things happening, and we need to find safeguarding measures when we're implementing our blended or distance learning. But as it stands, e-learning is one of the most powerful ways.
Wind up.
Yes, one of the powerful ways we can try to accelerate all the lost time that we have from all the disasters that we faced, all the over 6 months that students were literally just staying at home, and anything, and God forbid that anything should come along, but we just have to be ready for any of those. Thank you so much.
Yes, I had 2 more hands, and I'll close there.
Let us be as brief as possible.
Thank you very much. My name is Masida Shawa once again. Thank you for the presentation. He has actually recommended donor aid as a way of trying to find finances. However, he has not actually said how the donor aid is going to be managed, because we have a big problem in the country that monies flow in, but the problem is the way they are used. That's the major problem. And if we do not have strong legal frameworks, legal systems to fight fraud, then we are only going to be mortgaging this country, because we'll just have huge debts. So how I wish the Minister of Justice was here also, or his representative, that we should have stringent laws. We should come up with very tough laws against all those people who take those monies, those people who are involved in corruption. At least if we can kill 5 in the next 5 years, those politicians who steal money, I think we are going to protect these kinds of monies. In that way, we are not going to mortgage this country because of donor funding. Thank you very much.
Here.
No. I am from Ministry of Labor in the Department of Technical Education. What I like the most from the presentation that was made by Mr. Mgwai is where he is talking of blended learning. To me, I like that the most because he is talking of sticking to the conventional methods of learning as we are introducing emerging methods of learning. And that takes me to what we've been hearing yesterday and today on the picture that we have on Standard 5 Agriculture book, the picture of a whole, and versus mechanization. And the message I get from that is that we throw away the whole and we go head on into mechanization. That's my understanding. And I would submit that, yes, we are going into mechanization, but let us not throw away the whole, but let us blend the methods that we are using. That as we are still teaching concepts about the whole, which is the technology we are using today, we should also move forward, or we should face ahead where we will be visualizing mechanization as the direction we would want to take. As we are reviewing the curriculum, yes, we can throw away the whole from the front page, but inside the curriculum, let us maintain the concept of the whole and introduce the concept of mechanization. My first submission. My second submission, Chair, is that the presentation made by Mr. Gwai talks or resonates well with the presentation by Professor Mikeka, as they both are talking of ICT in one way or the other, which is the direction we would want to go. That is okay. However, what we should be seeing is that at the end of the day, we also need to produce engineers for ICT and ICT-related facilities and what have you. Yes, we've started producing engineers at our level and so on and so forth in ICT and other courses, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, civil engineering, and so on and so forth. The challenge we have as Malawi is that most of our students are exposed to engineering concepts at a university level, higher education level. And it is not easy to teach and for them to grasp all the concepts when their brains are almost mature. My submission, Chair, is that we could bring down these concepts to lower levels of education. Secondary level and the primary level, so that as the students are growing, they should also grow in their minds in terms of engineering, innovations, entrepreneurship, and all those that are related to engineering. And when they are going into university education, their minds would already be geared towards receiving engineering concepts at the university level. That is one bit. And in this case, what I'm submitting is that we have structured courses or subjects, technical subjects at secondary level, not only for or in 13 schools as secondary schools as we used to have in the 90s, but we are talking of structured technical courses in so many schools, so that the students in so many schools can be exposed to technical education at that level. Similarly to primary education, ICT related at that lower level, as we are preparing them into becoming engineers as they go into university education. Secondly, we would not only be, my last point, we would not only be preparing them for university education. Whatever the case, we may not be promoting as a nation dropping out of students at primary level or at secondary level. But that remains a fact that students will still drop out. And as they drop out, our prayer should be that they drop out with survival skills, skills that they can use outside the classroom when they drop out. Otherwise, at the moment, what is happening is most of them just drop out without any skills they can survive on. And they just end up getting married, or marrying, or getting married. And that is the skill that they take out to the world. And that should be our concern. Let us provide them with a skill on which they can survive and that they can be productive to their societies and to the nation by bringing down the technical skills to primary education and to secondary education. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comments that have come from 6 people. I'll try to... All right, one last one from Deputy Director, Inclusive Education.
Thank you very much, moderator. I will build on what the last speaker has just said because that was also my direction. Mine is a submission. Just adding to what has already been highlighted. As we embark on this journey, let us also think critically possibilities of having a dual curriculum, where our learners or our students should have a choice whether to proceed with the academic route or to go by vocational training or entrepreneurship. What we have noted in the system, especially from the inclusive education perspective, some students are being forced to sit for national examinations and yet they don't have the capacity to do so. The moment we bring in a dual curriculum, our teachers will be able to make a thorough assessment and make sure that the students are guided properly on the route that they are supposed to do. If you look at the current scenario, we have a lot of dropouts. It doesn't mean that their IQ cannot perform anything. As Malawi, our approach to Agenda 2063 is about skills development. And we cannot talk about transformation if we are leaving a minority group outside the system. And the only way to do that is for people to be given an opportunity to make an informed choice. So it's a submission to the team, especially at MIE, to think critical about this so that at the end of the day, we don't leave anyone behind. If we look at the current scenario, even in this room, not each one of us is very gifted. We have some who are talented and they are sitting idle out of school in their respective homes. Look at the situation or the case of Noah, where a dropout is able to come up with the possibilities of coming up with or generating electricity within that setup. That's the focus that we should have as Malawi. For us to attain Malawi Agenda 2063, I think we need to change our focus. Let us try to localize our policies. Let us bring in the possibilities. Let us bring in universal learning approaches so that we don't leave anyone behind. If you look at the two presentations, the keynote presentation and the last presentation, they are building on each other. They are emphasizing on the need to bring out a lot of approaches so that there are possibilities to all learners based on their areas of interest, based on their possibilities to be supported in the teaching and learning process. And we have to also understand that as we are looking at students, we also need to understand the abilities of our teachers, because they complement each other. So it's quite important that we bring different modalities, and at the end of the day, our learners will be supported and will minimize the dropout, and at the end of the day, our learners will acquire the required skills for transformation of Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know what we should do. I'm told at 12 there was supposed to be an online presentation. I don't know, maybe do we go into that presentation first and then we handle these questions after that presentation? Otherwise, it's already 12.
Perhaps maybe we'll do it in 1 minute, then we close. We go to the online presentation.
Please go ahead if you afford in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much for the reactions. I believe most of them were like comments and not necessarily the questions. Maybe there was one question of which the participant suggested a solution regarding the management of donor aid. So, all in all, I would like to thank for these comments and request the development partners herein to work closely with the Ministry of Education in bringing the use of digital techniques and technologies a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, we've already started. Let's clap hands. Let's bring our hands together for the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for moderating that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an online presentation which is starting shortly. So allow me to call upon Mr. Anthony Malonga just to introduce the presenter. Thereafter, we go straight to the presentation. We will be breaking definitely at 12:30 for lunch. Mr. Malonga.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have an online presentation. Like we have been told, the presentation will be made by Dr. Peter Okeno Ongare and Kondwani Bright Simbota. Both are lecturers in the Department of Music and Dance in the School of Arts, Communication and Design in the University of Malawi. Dr. Peter Okeno Ongare is a specialist in musicology and performance with a PhD from Durham University in the UK. He is Kenyan. Kondwani Bright Simbota, like I said, is also a lecturer in the University of Malawi. His specialization is musicology and music technology. The presentation is breaking the music illiteracy cycle in Malawi, evaluating curriculum strategies for improved music education. It's a very, very relevant paper to this conference because this is an area that I feel, and most of you, I believe, would feel the same. It's an area that we are not performing very well. If I recall my college days, this department could have almost an equal number of staff and students. And probably at some point you would have more staff than students in the department taking music. So maybe it's an area that we need to explore in the spirit of not leaving anyone behind, and again in the spirit of realizing that we have other learners whose life depends on music. The Deputy Director for Inclusive Education has spoken passionately about us looking back at what we have done and ensuring that no one is left behind. Some practices need to change, some approaches need to change, our focus needs to change in the spirit of not leaving everyone behind. So I hope this presentation will give us insights about how we can approach music in the curriculum and possibly beyond the curriculum. Dr. Peter Okeno Ongare and Kondwani Bright Simbota. Can you hear me? Doc.
Yes, we can hear you. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, we can. But wait, we are still having. All right. May one of you mute his gadget? So, did we use one? That's right. One mic.
Is it muted? Are you there? Or you want to speak? 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 You want to speak?
Dr.
much for staying with us. We're still beaming live from Sunbird Nkopola in Mangochi. Coming shortly online will be Dr. Peter Okeno Ongare, all the way from Ghana, and he's going to speak about breaking the music literacy cycle in Malawi and evaluating curriculum strategies for improved music education. So stay tuned on Mobile School Facebook as well as 90.0 FM in Blantyre, Lilongwe and Zuzu. Share, like and comment and stand a chance to win a beautiful Mobile School branded t-shirt. Kwa amene mwangoti joina kumene iyi ndi Mobile School Facebook live ndipo tikupanga beam ndithu conference imene annual education conference ichokera ku Sunbird Nkopola ku makamaka mboma la Mangochi. Kwambiri mama uno amakamba zogwiritsa ntchito makamaka njira za technology kuphunzitsa science komanso engineering zaluso komanso masamu amene anali Professor Chomora Mikeka. Koma masana pano ndithu tikupitirira ndi Dr. Peter Okone Ongare omwe akambe zambiri kapena kutsanula zambiri zokhudza kaphunzitsidwe ka ukadaulo ka zoyimbayimba. Stay with us.
All right, thank you very much. Should we proceed? All right, I think that's enough. Thank you very much. I have already jumped into the presentation where I had given a background to why we started the research, and I took the slide back, and it's possible that we are together on that slide. And I have jumped into the next slide, which I find to be very important in the discussion. We are looking at the power of music in our lives, and I have already said that music builds community. It acts as a glue for social fabric, bringing people together and fostering a sense of belonging. Music preserves culture. Of course, music is culture itself. But it's also a living part of the culture, and it is passed on through generations, and music education ensures this legacy continues. I am changing my slides. I hope the slides are changing that side too. Right now we're looking at the introduction slide. Another thing is that music is a universal language. It transcends spoken languages, allowing for deeper communication and understanding. Music supports well-being. You know, the way music makes you feel good. It has therapeutic qualities that contribute to mental health, and that is in individuals and communities. Music uplifts the spirit, plays a role in religious practices, and provides a sense of connection to something larger than ourselves. Music drives success. It is a powerful marketing tool, potentially creating economic opportunities. So in overall, music education is not just about learning notes. It is about unlocking potential of music to enrich our lives in Malawi. Now, music in education. There are some benefits, unexpected benefits. After mentioning those strengths, music is beyond entertainment. It's not just about learning how to play instruments and sing. Music boosts learning. It strengthens skills in other subjects like mathematics, sciences, and language. Most of us in the conference room were aware of the alphabet songs and other language songs that teach children language, English syllables and stuff like that. Music also has contributed to social and emotional learning, as it provides a platform for interaction, collaboration, and emotional expression, starting at early stages of education. Music offers stress relief and helps to improve focus. As music making, offers a healthy break from studies and promotes mental well-being, which eventually then helps to build active citizenship. As you see, music education can be used to teach important social messages and encourage civic education. Music is a communication powerhouse as it transcends language barriers, making it a valuable I would like to present to you. The first facet being music instruments, which we refer to as organology, where all the instruments are studied. The second one being And on top of that, with no music education in secondary schools, universities see no immediate need for these programs. Now, when we look at the teacher training colleges, we observe that the absence of music programs at the universities results in shortage of music lecturers at teacher training colleges. Now, without these qualified instructors, these colleges struggle to motivate students to pursue music. So you will see that lack of music education at each of these levels reinforces the weakness of the system, creating a cycle, a continuous cycle that perpetuates music illiteracy. Now, if we go further to look at the policy custodians and the agencies, we found that there are unmet needs that have been identified by the district education officers when we engage them. And the Malawi Institute of Education also said to the same, to recognize the need for music education experts. But qualified individuals that can fill up this need, this gap, are scarce. You can hardly find them in the country due to the cycle that we've just identified. So, immediately we started looking at the solutions. So we got an inspiration by a study that was conducted by Professor Richard Mibase. He was doing a study on Lake Victoria water systems. And then he said something that inspires our study today. He said, sometimes the solution to the problem is in the problem itself. This has inspired us to re-examine our findings, considering the interconnectedness of the challenges, the needs, and the expectations. We believe that by analyzing these elements, we can draw conclusions and develop solutions that address the root cause of music illiteracy, this cycle of music illiteracy. We must really move beyond identifying the problems. So as a conclusion, what are we saying? Well, we need to start thinking of building a foundation. So we recommend making music a standalone subject in primary school curriculum with dedicated resources. As I'm saying this, I'm already laughing and to myself because I've heard the earlier presentations, but this does not necessarily speak against streamlining or grouping subjects together, but we're just trying to highlight the importance and the complexity of music as a study area. So it needs to really be given more resources and dedicated time by making it standalone. As such, that we believe that students will receive strong foundation in music before entering secondary education and proceeding further. We also have to ensure continuity of whatever we're going to lay down in the foundation. Music education should be included in the secondary school curriculum to provide ongoing learning and prepare students for potential music studies at the university. We need to strengthen what we already have in the curriculum right now. It must come out. When we look at what we offer in music, we actually say that we don't have music in the secondary school curriculum. We do not have. So by prioritizing this music education at both primary and secondary school levels, we can equip students with the skills and knowledge to break the cycle. And we also see that then the universities should work hard. Of course, the University of Malawi has already started doing something about this by introducing a Bachelor of Music. We also need Bachelor in Music Education by the University of Malawi and other universities to produce more secondary school teachers and also masters in music to resource teacher training colleges. And finally, the Malawi Institute of Education, in conjunction with the universities that offer music, should introduce music for in-service teachers, because we have to start working with what we have now. We cannot wait for 4 years to start having graduates and then feed the system. Let's work with what we have on the ground by having in-service teachers training to speed up the process of increasing the educators. Finally, topping on the top of cream on top of the cake, we say we have possible outcomes like job creation, strengthening the civic education sectors and practices through music festivals, cultural preservation. Music is very prominent in cultural preservation, patriotism and nationalism as a benefit. We also increase, we also build a mentally healthier society, increase quality Malawian music and Malawian musicians, and finally we accomplish human rights to music education. So at this point, I've tried to package what we have found, the findings of the research and the recommendations that we finally made from whatever we found. I would like to end the presentation at this point and welcome comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for the presentation. I would like to open the floor for reactions. We will have about 10 minutes to take observations, and then I'll ask you to conclude. So for comments, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to focus on the curriculum. We have so many experiences that we can share for the whole day, but then let's share our experience and quickly use that to guide the curriculum review process, because from this conference, we need to have information that will guide curriculum developers to produce a curriculum that responds to the needs of Malawi today and the needs of Malawians in the aspirations as envisaged in the Agenda 2063. So let me take reactions to the presentation. I recognize you, sir. And you.
We cannot hear. Is somebody saying something?
Yes, someone is saying something. Can you hear me, Doc?
Presentation. So in case there are any comments or questions, we'll appreciate to have them, but we are unable to hear.
Can you hear me? Doc, are you there? Doc, can you hear me? Doc, do you hear me? All right, so I will hand over the mic to the first contributor to your presentation. I hope you'll be taking note of all the comments, and then I'll give you some time for you to conclude, to respond to the comments.
Thank you, Anka, for the presentation. We also thank the doc for the highlights. Personally, I feel this presentation augurs very well with the comment Deputy Director SNE made. This is one of the subjects, as explained by the presenter, that has almost been forgotten. You can see we cannot pursue masters in the area. Bachelors in music is gone because music has gone down. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, these subjects, music, PE, creative arts, have been banded into one subject in secondary and primary schools, expressive arts. That kills the skills in each of these subjects. So we have, some time back, we used to have these as subjects. And these are practical subjects that offered employment to dropouts. Together with this, carpentry, woodwork, technical drawing, creative arts were among the subjects which offered employment to dropouts. So my statement here is, it is true that we needed to revamp some of these areas in this new curriculum. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Doc, we are taking the second contributor to the paper.
Yeah, I just want to add to the points raised by the previous speaker. In your presentation, you mentioned that expressive arts, music should be a standalone subject in primary schools. My suggestion is that should also be done in teacher training colleges. As already mentioned, music is just an element of expressive arts, and the amount of time allocated to music in teacher training colleges is very little. For example, following the modular approach in TTCs, expressive arts is taught in term 1, and in term 2 is not taught. It will be taught in term 3. So looking at the nature of the subject, it's practical in nature. So it requires more time for students to practice the elements of music for them to get required skills. So with the little amount of time given to it, it's not enough to prepare primary school teachers to teach the same subject in primary schools. So is there a consideration of increasing the amount of time for, or teaching time for this subject? I think this should be considered if indeed we are planning to make music a vibrant subject that can lead to acquisition of skills in our students so that we can realize the goal of making Malawi a self-reliant nation using subjects like music, PE, and the other subjects that are in expressive arts.
Thank you. Any more reactions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, the presenters, for your presentation regarding the music in Malawi. I believe as a country, indeed, we have done quite a lot in music, but possibly we have confined ourselves within the walls of Malawi with very few people going outside the country, and those who have gone out, they have done very well. However, as you have said that possibly we need to include such in our curriculum, and your proposal is that maybe we need to put music as a subject in primary school and possibly continue with the same in secondary school. I think whatever we're doing in the curriculum should be guided by what we want to achieve as a country. And possibly that can be ably done if we come up with a philosophy to say within maybe the 10-year curriculum that we're going to implement, what are we focusing on? We want to focus on what kind of development and what kind of subjects, what kind of knowledge do we need our students and our teachers to have so that they take Malawi to another level. And therefore, if we think music within the 10 years should be given priority, that I believe we need to take. And I support the idea that indeed we need to have music that should be incorporated in the curriculum. We have had issues of, I think we had like ATEM, or where students in secondary school compete in drama, and the best schools awarded something. Possibly SciTime also thought of maybe the same in music, to say students maybe in primary school, they come up with different music performances, and then those who perform very well are awarded, so that at the end of the day, we promote the music component. Or, deliberately, we can come up with maybe schools, special schools for music, which should be public, and those who have the skills, those who have the desire to pursue music, should actually go to those schools for music, and then once they come out of those basic schools, then they can enroll in the university, so that music is taken as entrepreneurship, which someone can use to earn their living. Otherwise, I agree with you that indeed we need to look at the bigger picture and see whether music can put Malawi on the map. Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard you, sir, talk about the number of students being smaller sometimes than that of the teachers in music, because music doesn't seem to be given the central role it deserves. But I was wondering, from a resource point of view, think of a vice chancellor or a college principal who has 200 economics students to teach and 4 music students to teach, when in fact the money to be spent on the pianos to be taught to the 4 is much, much higher than the amount of money to be taught, to be used to teach 200 economics students. From a leadership point of view, it becomes very difficult to resource the music department adequately to teach 4 when you are unable to resource 200 economics students whose reliance is usually books and not pianos or organs that cost in millions. I thought you could shed a bit of light on the resource distribution versus promotion of music in the academy.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments on the? All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity again. I just wanted to make one comment in the context of the subject on creative, or is it expressive arts? My take is that this is overloaded. As the doctor has said, in there you have music which is relegated to singing, you have dance, you have drawing, you have other areas, but they are not taught deep enough. So my suggestion is that we unbundle this one and possibly identify the critical areas that we want to teach our children, rather than put everything in this basket called expressive arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have one last comment? One last comment. It seems we don't have any more comments. I would like to ask Doc to conclude, but before that, I think most of the comments join you, Doc, to lament and mourn the status of the music sector in our country, and they join you in calling for a way to revamp this sector, bring it to life, so that it is looked at as an important sector, not looked at as a sector that should be taught or handled alongside other sectors. One comment is to ask you to shed light on the cost of training students in music, especially at the tertiary level, where possibly the cost of training one is higher than the cost of training 2 or 3 or 10 students in other areas. So Doc, it's your chance. I give you the opportunity to summarize and conclude on your presentation. Thank you. Doc, can you hear me? Doc, can you hear me? Doc? Doc, can you hear me? Doc, can you hear me? Do you hear me?
Will you be able to hear us, Doc? When you're speaking, however,
Now we can hear.
Welcome back as we continue the live streaming of the National Education Conference at Sunbed Nkopola under the theme Curriculum Change and Innovation Towards Achieving an Inclusively Wealthy and Self-Reliant Nation. Just before we went for the break, Dr. Peter Okeno-Ongare was speaking on the need for inclusion of music literacy in our schools. Many of you would agree with me that in the country, music is only learned at tertiary level. Some of the contributors, including Okomata and Malunga, spoke of the need of making available music education at all levels. We're still here at Sunbed Nkopola, started on the 22nd to the 24th, and live on 90.0 FM. Like, share, and comment on Facebook, but also listen to us on radio, online radio box. Omveratu tidakali kupitirirabe kumva zambiri kuno ku conference makamaka yokhudza zambiri zamaphunziro komwe akatakwe osiyana-siyana akufotokoza zakakonzedwe kandi kunombodzati za sukulu kamene titi curriculum. Posachedapa amayankhula ndi Dr. Peter Ongare amnamfotokozera zambiri kufunika kokhala ndi maphunziro abwino okhunza zoyimbayimba. Mwina ambiri mutavomerezana nane kuti Malawi muno kulibe ndithu kadaulo wenu umene aziphunzitsali nawo ophunzitsa oyimbatu zokhuza
Assisting making the music stand-alone in primary school. We are ready for that. In case we are needed for the in-service teachers training, we will be available. We offer counsels, we offer comments to participate in everything that is required. So,
Agora Ngopanga Katero, director. Ladies and gentlemen, we have failed to get Dr. Ongare back to conclude his presentation, but we'll make sure that he gets the opportunity to conclude. Time check, it's lunch, but I think Moses give us directions. Thank you very much. Over to you, Moses.
Thank you so much, Anthony Malunga, for that presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are late for lunch, but still more, we have to break for lunch. We have our lunch where we take our lunch. Can we manage 1 hour for lunch today? So this is 12:58. Can we try as much as possible to be here with a grace minutes of 8 minutes? Can we be here at 2 o'clock sharp? So when we'll be coming back, we immediately go into our respective parallel sessions. That's where we'll proceed with the presentations. As we are going out, yesterday I said your gadgets are safe, but these bags are similar. So can you make sure that at least you have a way of taking care for your bag, because your neighbor will say, this is my bag. Otherwise, all the best, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break for lunch. Thank you so much.
but mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the annual education conference under the theme Curriculum Change and Innovation Towards Achieving an Inclusively Wealthy and Self-Reliant Nation by the Malawi Institute of Education right here in Mangochi. I am your host, Diana Liabuba Chatata. This afternoon, we'll continue with parallel sessions. There are 3 divided rooms where different speakers will be focusing on specific topics that will be contributed in the changed curriculum. Remember, the curriculum is being changed to be in line with Vision 2063 of the Malawi government. This afternoon, we expect presentations from Dr. Mbano, Dr. S. Kwengwere, and Professor D. Nampota. And these ones will speak on exploring the use of learner-centered teaching in Malawi and teacher training colleges. The same afternoon, we'll also listen from presenter Patrick Capito, and he's going to talk about why learn about the grasshopper. Now, this has been a burning issue where people have been asking, or rather complaining, to say, we learned part of the grasshopper. I don't know what to do with the thorax right now. This is what this conference is for. It is about answering those questions that you have been seeking answers for. So stay tuned, 90.0 FM on our Facebook page, as well as a radio box online. Kwamene Mangochi joina kumene tikupitirira ndithu kunkumana wacho kuphunzitsa maphunziro amene uchitikira kuno ku Nkopola mu makamaka mboma la Mangochi. Kwambiri masana ano kukhala oyankhula osiyanasiyana amene ayankhulenso pa matopiki osiyanasiyana. Kwambiri zinthu zimene zikukambidwa kuno ndizofuna kuthandizira kusintha ndondomeko za maphunziridwe athu kamene kuti curriculum change molingana ndi mfundo zachitukuko za dziko la Malawi. Ndiye masana uno monga amene tinayambira muja muli ndine Diana Liabuba Chatata. Masana ano tikuyembekezera kuti pakhala pakuyankhula anthu angapo monga Dr. Mbano, Dr. S. Kwengwere, Professor D. Nampota komanso Patrick Capito. Nkhani ina imene ili kamwakamwa ndi mwina kuti anthu ena amakhala kufunsa matsamba mchezo osiyanasiyana koma kuti timaphunzira za chiwala chifukwa chani, naphunzira kuti chiwala chili ndi thorax. Ndiye ino mukhale pomwepo kuti mumve kuti kodi zimene zije zinabwera chifukwa chani, zimagwira ntchito yanji, komanso ngati pangakhale kusintha wake kungakhale motani. 90.0 FM mobile movie school on Facebook, as well as on radio box online. Ndithu tipitirize kumva zambiri.
an outline of the presentation. I shall look at the purpose, an introduction. Then we shall also look at the approaches to IE curriculum development, challenges of the current IE curriculum, way forward, and then I will conclude. The purpose, as already said, is to simply suggest ways of promoting inclusive education through IPT program. As we were shifting towards inclusive education, there has been an enormous increase in terms of enrollment of learners with special education needs in our main classroom or mainstream classroom. Just as an example, in 2022 alone, according to the MIS 2023, there has been an increase in terms of enrollment by 18%. 18%. This means there was need, and there is still need, for not only enough teachers to handle that increase in number of learners with special education needs in the mainstream classroom, but at the same time, we need competent teachers. So we cannot talk about having competent teachers without talking about teacher preparation, which is crucial at this point in time. And Makoko and Ichimutu 17 years ago carried out a baseline survey in which they found out that teachers in Malawi were inadequately trained. As a result, they were failing to provide differentiated instructions, and at the same time, methodologies to learners with diverse needs. This teachers' failure to handle such learners in an inclusive classroom is a reflection of the curriculum that probably they used in the initial teacher training course. How do countries weave or develop curriculums for inclusive education? There are several approaches that most African countries probably are using. I will simply introduce 3 of them. One is the separate module approach. This is also called special needs education modules. Others call it units. Currently, Tanzania is using this model. It's where 2 isolated or separated tracks are called to a teacher training institution. The other one pursuing general education, and the other one going through special needs education. However, those pursuing general education normally are not forced to get at least 1 or 2 modules under inclusive education. So it's optional and not mandatory. A student teacher may decide to take 1 or 2 or not. Critics blame this model for being inadequate to equip teacher trainees with knowledge in inclusive education. And at the same time, they argue that the model gives the impression that inclusive education is different from the mainstream education. And this again reinforces that opinion that inclusive education requires special expertise. The second model is the embedded or infusion model. They might they might be combined, but they are slightly different. The embedded model is the one that we are using currently in our teacher training colleges. This incorporates some topics of SNE vis-a-vis IE in a general education subject. For example, currently there are two modules, Module 2 and the Module 4, where we embedded inclusive education topics in education foundation studies. And at the same time, when we talk of infusion, you will find out that when we go through into the textbooks, more especially teachers' guides, there are messages, I would call them messages, there are messages that normally tell the teacher that they should be cautious. They will meet learners with special education needs in the classroom. Simple messages. So that's an infusion. We infused such statements in the teacher's guides. But in an embedded sort of approach, this develops the advantage that it develops inclusive values, attitudes, and teachers are able to feel responsible for all children. So it is capable, this approach is capable of orienting, I'm calling it an orientation. It's capable of orienting our students. Groups into a single teacher training institution. These going through special needs and the other going through the general education. But they both are given or provided the same content. So aspects of inclusive education vis-a-vis of general education are combined in probably one module and then all get that information. So student teachers from the two departments attend both courses. Our colleagues in Ghana are excelling with this kind of approach. It reduces duplication. It reduces duplication. For example, with the infusion model that I talked about, we inserted things like teaching and learning resources like feeders. We are telling a teacher to use feeders when teaching an inclusive classroom, but we don't tell him or her how best to use a feeder in that particular classroom. So when we model in a lecture or a teacher trainer models using this feeder in a class, in an inclusive classroom, that goes across the classroom. Even the general education student teacher will benefit from that. So it reduces duplication of course contents and encourages student teachers to apply the proposed strategies and techniques across a range of learners. And at the same time, it reinforces the view that the students with SEN are not different and they do not require any pedagogical or distinct pedagogical approaches. They're just the same. So once you model, the same will apply to all student teachers. What are the challenges that we have encountered with the embedded curriculum that we are currently using? It's insufficient. Insufficient in the sense that they are just topics included in education foundation studies. As a result, the pedagogies were not included. Teacher educators, and at the same time student teachers, lack knowledge in inclusive pedagogy because we didn't include it in the embedded curriculum. So both teacher educators and at the same time student teachers, they do not have that capacity, that knowledge of having inclusive pedagogies. As a result, our teacher trainers are failing even to model the best inclusive education practices. Teacher educators or student teachers fail to produce and or model use of teaching, learning, and assessment resources that are applicable for an inclusive classroom. Why? You will find out that even this particular student, particular teacher educator who is teaching IASNE contents or topics has no knowledge. How best can he model inclusive education practices to student teachers? It's garbage in, garbage out. So teacher educators find some SNE and IE topics so challenging to teach. When we are carrying out this research, the teacher educators confessed that they are simply teaching for the sake of teaching. Somebody talked about theoretically teaching the concepts. This is what is happening with inclusive education. For example, individualized education plan. It is supposed to be taught hands-on. But what happens? We just read it through. And do I expect a student teacher to do differently? Definitely no. What do we suggest as the way forward? Obviously, that's what we are here for, curriculum reform. Let's change inclusive education curriculum. How best do we do that? There are 4 options. Let's make SNUI a full-fledged department in TTCs. Hopefully ministry officials are here. Let's make this department a full-fledged department in the teacher training to look after the issues that come out from our student teachers. Then at the same time, let's make SNE IE a standalone subject with its own modules. The issue of standalone subjects cropping up time and again. How many subjects shall we have for our students? We are already complaining that too many. But much as we opt for having a fully-fledged department, definitely we need to have modules, IE modules, that can withstand the current needs. And when we produce or when we develop modules for inclusive education, we include the pedagogies, we include the methodologies that are suitable for an inclusive setting. It's until this is done when a teacher, educator will be in a position to present the topics, the concepts to the student teachers properly. And then what if you apply integrated model of training student teachers, which our colleagues in Ghana have tried, they are using it, and they are bearing fruits. The second suggestion, let's provide or teacher educators an opportunity to go for IE, SNE training. Why all? They are the ones delivering the content. Now, if they are lacking, then they will not deliver the rightful content. If they are not competent themselves, as I said, garbage in, garbage out. In Jijewa, mwana wa baka amonela make kunyela nyumba. We expect the student teachers to produce the same, to do the same. They will not deliver. That's the manifestation we have seen. They are failing to deliver the content out, to help learners with special educational needs vis-a-vis an inclusive classroom. Why? It's because we have failed as teacher educators to model the best practices. We have failed because we are lacking the knowledge, the required knowledge. We are lacking the required content to deliver. What is our take-home message? The embedded or infusion approach that we have been using has failed us. That's number one. If teachers are failing to produce the required deliverables, then it's the curriculum which has failed. So we have failed as a country because of using the embedded model. We also believe that a combination of separate infusion and at the same time integrated approaches may inform a framework for a curriculum reform. Let's get the good aspects that are in a separate approach, that are in infusion, that are in embedded approach, that are in integrated approach. Let's combine and then come up with something tangible that can help us to at least crave a very good curriculum for the teacher training colleges. So lastly, we are saying all teacher educators need to have deep knowledge in IE vis-a-vis SNE to better assist student teachers. Ladies and gentlemen, I may do you injustice if I do not say thanks for listening to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a presentation by Mr. Christopher Mpakeni, unearthing another challenging area of our present curriculum. The focus is in the teacher training colleges, but we might also think of other levels of our education where inclusive education is a challenge. Let's have comments on the presentation. Or two quick hands. Okay.
Thank you so much, Christopher, for the presentation. As someone in the education sector, and also as a mother who has children that need inclusive education, I'm very concerned. Just to comment on what happens on the ground to show that there's no coordination in the inclusive education sector. As a mother, my son is writing his MSc exam this year, and I took interest to see how they are going to help him, knowing how he is. I asked the school, they said they know they can register him as an inclusive education student, but they haven't done so. I took further interest. I called the person in Manebo, responsible for inclusive education students. And he told me that the school has to register the student, and an officer from the district education office will come to assess my son to see how he's going to take his exam. And because the school knew I was taking interest, they made that quickly. And that lady came and assessed my son. I was told he's going to have 2 invigilators. One of them is going to ask him questions. The other one is going to write for him because he cannot do both well as the other students. And he's going to be in his own room, and he's going to take a different exam from what is there. And from their assessment, he can't take all the science subjects that need those experiments. So imagine, he's been going through from Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4 exams that he shouldn't have been taking. He should have been, from the beginning, being referred to or being oriented to the kind of the exam that he's going to take. I'm glad we know that he's going to have that kind of chance so that he can show his skills on MSCE. So it's like, you know, at the last minute that this is available, but it's not there, that the schools don't have that maybe interest to know that such students can be given such a chance. I take it as a very big chance for him. He's very excited. Every time he meets someone, he tells them about the kind of exam that he's going to take. And it's not all subjects that he's going to take. He's going to be tested in several subjects without the experiments. So, as an educator at work, we get students like that need Braille paper. And they say, I'm at this school, but there's no Braille paper, but I know because you are an organization that helps children in education, I'd like to get some Braille paper. So it's like such students, maybe they're not given that chance to know where they can go to access such things. And him presenting on the education challenges that begin from the teacher training college. They go up to the classroom where people don't know what to do practically. So I think at this curriculum review, you are going to also have some outreach messages so that parents like me, students, should be able to know what to do in different cases. And I hope you're going to work with Manebo as well so that they can outreach students, parents, because most of the times caregivers like me are not reached. Had I known that he's going to go through that exam in Form 1, I would have made sure that the subjects that are there for him to take, he'll be learning all this time up to Form 4. But now the subjects, like he's going to write Chichewa when he wasn't doing Chichewa all this time. So I hope this curriculum review is going to bring in such changes. Thank you.
Thank you. May we also have a comment from her?
Thank you very much. Just to echo what a colleague said, other one who has spoken before me, and thanking the presenter from Chikwa TTC for taking us through his very informative presentation. 2 observations, or maybe with a question also, on what has been said, especially the Ghana approach of training teachers. having both maybe on special needs and the Gen 1, my question is that not an overload, on the teachers, maybe having too many things, because I'm inclined to think that the last recommendation that he was making in terms of having two parallel things, two parallel mode, say someone who is opting for special needs education, then can go that route. The one that is going for the general can also opt for that route. The other thing is the teacher deployment. You know, for one to be teaching special needs, you need to have special interest. Sometimes when you are being taught in teachers training colleges, maybe you want just to have a feel of what the subjects, like maybe the Braille things and all that, but you need to have the heart of make sure that when you are sent to teach learners with special needs, you really need to put your mind in that. So my thinking was that with that integrated approach, I'm afraid maybe teachers, some of them would be opting to say, much as I did this field in special needs, then they would be going maybe for the words that are normal, or they are not having any challenges in terms of disabilities. So that's the only thing that the other challenge that I'm seeing, to say much as I've linked both, maybe preference would be to go to the learners with normal classes. But if I'm to go by the recommendation, I think having two separate one would work well, because when I'm learning something to do with Braille, my mind was already geared to say I'll be teaching learners, maybe those living with, those that are blind, or the deaf blind, or the deaf. But with the integrated, I wanted to learn more about what it is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me recognize the Deputy Director, Inclusive Education.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I will start responding to the outcry from one of the parents before I go to the presentation. She has highlighted two critical issues. The first one is an issue to do with assessment and also provision of teaching and learning materials. In terms of assessment, let me indicate to you, Madam, that based on evidence, we have revised the coding system, the registration of candidates, especially those with disabilities, for national examinations. This process has been done in conjunction with the Malawi National Examination Board, but also with other relevant stakeholders, after noting the challenges that our learners were facing during national examinations. Some were exposed to situations where they could not afford. That's why we had to bring some additional support to make sure that everyone participates fully in the process. Yes, we understand that some students currently are being subjected to examination where they cannot afford based on the severity of their disabilities. And as a ministry, we are still looking at that. We are still doing some assessment. We are still consulting relevant stakeholders. And taking into consideration that we have this curriculum review, that's why we are fighting for a dual curriculum, so that at the lowest level, especially in the basic education, we can identify the proper route for our learners based on their capabilities. So for now, previously we had 4 codes, but now those codes have been expanded, and we have made sure that we are also conducting oral examinations to make sure that those with the multiple challenges could be also given that opportunity to sit for examination. However, in terms of subjects identification, There is no imposition for subjects one is supposed to write, but what teachers do is just to provide the relevant direction to say, you cannot maybe do this based on the assessment, but why can't you do A, B, C, D? And what we know, according to the procedures, parents are supposed also to be invited for decision making before students do go for registration. So registration is done by the schools after conducting an assessment, and our students are aligned to the relevant coding system so that they can be supported. In terms of teaching and learning materials provision, thank you for sharing. And currently, I think this is the first time we are hearing about shortage of TRMs, especially the Braille paper, because for the last academic year until now, we have provided the required consumables in our schools. And no school can come to the ministry to claim to say we don't have the required Braille paper to go through national examinations. We have done justice in terms of provision. However, I may need maybe to understand, because our provision goes to public schools and not private secondary schools or primary schools. So maybe outside this room we can discuss more so that I understand the case and see how best your school could be supported. And you need also to understand that the procurement and supply of TRMs is done in two folds, centrally but also at school level, because all the secondary schools are cost centers, and they are provided materials for that service provision. And at central level, we also provide additional resources. So if we don't procure and supply on time, we are assured that schools do receive grants for the same purpose. I hope I have done justice to what you raised. Based on the presentation from Christopher, thank you so much for the highlights. It's quite true what you are saying. Even as a ministry at central level, we have also noted the same, that the content in the current IPT curriculum is not enough. What we are looking forward is to have standalone modules for inclusive education. And not only inclusive education as a concept, but we would also like to make sure that we include in this curriculum specialized modules so that they can support mainstream teachers when they are recruited in the system. So, as you have already highlighted, the approach will be an integrated one where within the curriculum, specialized courses have to be also infused. Currently, we have standalone departments in the 3 new TTCs, that is Njinji, Rumpi, and Chikwawa. And I know the Director of Teacher Education is working on the review of the establishment for the audit TTCs, and very soon we are very hopeful that we will also have standalone departments on inclusive education. The main purpose is to have a shift from special needs to inclusive, because inclusive, it's beyond special needs. Special needs only focuses on disability. But inclusive education is beyond the support on special needs, because we are also looking at those coming from ultra-poor households. We are looking at the orphans. We are looking at the girl child. So anything that impacts someone from the learning process should be addressed at that level. So yes, we need to have standalone departments so that they can also fully support our TTC. So your submission regarding curriculum review, it's really accepted, but also on issues of capacity building. We think the approach that you have presented, and it has also been our noting, that we need really to approach the teacher training institutions, not only at the primary level, but even at secondary level, because these have a multiplier effect. The moment people are skilled at that level, I think we'll be able to manage inclusive setups. And it's not possible to ensure that we have specialized courses, that is specializing, because for what we are proposing now is just providing basic knowledge on how they can manage mainstream. But we'll keep on having specialist teachers, because it's where now people ably specialize in specific areas to fully support our learners. So your submission, your recommendation is quite true, and as a department we also adopt the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Okay, there is a hand there, but I thought, okay, maybe that should be the last submission, because we have another presentation that is also kind of touching on the same theme. So I think the discussion will still continue in the next presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, our facilitator. And thank you so much, Mr. Christopher Mpakeni, for the wonderful presentation. I really agree that there is a need for special needs department in colleges, but I had a concern, since this is a study on special needs education, and we have one of the oldest colleges where they train specialist teachers, Montfort Teachers College, but there is no mention at all of the role of Montfort Teachers College. Where is the gap? What are their weaknesses and what are their strengths? Or is the government trying to do anything to strengthen Montfort Teachers College? Since the study of this kind of nature could have also at least highlighted some of the gaps that Montfort College has. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I indicated that that could possibly be the last contribution on the presentation. I think from the discussion, several issues are very clear. That yes, this is a challenge among our teacher training institutions and education in general, but there are strides being made. Possibly the shift again from having special schools. I think initially it was having special schools for learners with special needs. So special schools with specialized teachers, then maybe we could can we handle some of them within the schools that their peers are in? And then again, the shift in terms of how we label this sector from SNE possibly to inclusion, and then having teachers acquire basic knowledge on how they can manage a class with diverse learners. We are still making progress. I think in the next presentation we'll get down to what should the next curriculum really do to consolidate these gains and again to strengthen this sector so that we have a curriculum that can ably support and guide each learner on their preferred pathways depending on their strengths. Thank you very much. I would like to ask Mr. Mpaken to just conclude, although possibly I might have done part of that conclusion, but still, a minute to conclude and then we move to the next presentation. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. You have already concluded, but I just want to say thanks for the comments, knowing that the presentation is probably in line with what the minister is doing. I simply wanted to dispel the fears that Madam expressed, to say if we adopt an integrated approach, then that will overload the system. And at the same time, special needs is about special interest. As she said, our emphasis is on inclusive education. And whether we like it or not, in the mainstream classroom, there are many. This is why diversity comes in. There are many who cannot be accommodated in the special schools. So we would like to target the mainstream where there are many who are supposed to benefit from such trainings. So having an integrated approach will surely help even our teacher educators to have knowledge of how best they can present to student teachers. Otherwise, thanks very much for the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpakeni. I think he deserves another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation will be done by Dickens Mahwayo. The title is Exploring the Reach and Access to Education Opportunities for Pupils with Disabilities in Malawi. Dickens Mahwayo holds a Bachelor of Business Administration and a Bachelor of Environmental Science. Again, he holds a certificate in public relations. Are they ready? All right, a correction. We'll have a presentation by Mr. Edward Gobedentonga. Edward Gobedentonga is a lecturer at the University of Livingstone here. He holds a master's in special needs and inclusive education. He was at Newcastle University in the UK for both the bachelor's and the postgraduate degree. He's been to several institutions serving within his area of specialization. He has very vast experience in special needs education and inclusive education. One of his destinations in the many institutions that he has served is MIE. So this is a presenter who has really a strong standing in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Edward Gobedentonga to the stage. Thank you.
Protocols are observed. Being a teacher, sometimes I'm able to talk even without this because my voice is really huge. And I facilitate in 180 students, only one failing. So you can imagine, 180 students, only one failing. This one sometimes is not good to pass 100%. So it's better at least to fail one, yeah, so that you register. I want to start in this way. Inclusive education is met with forces at 3 phases. Inclusive education meets forces at 3 phases, whether at university, whether at primary school or secondary school. First phase, where inclusive education faces a hiccup, is during material development. During material development or curriculum development, that is one of the areas where inclusive education faces challenges. If the developers are not competent in IE to infuse or to integrate, synthesize with other areas, then that's already a lost battle. Secondly, it is during implementation. Teachers. So inclusive education is suffering. Second phase, teachers on the ground. Have we modeled our teachers? Have we prepared our teachers? Or else we have just taken somebody from somewhere and put that one into that class. Then you say, okay, now you can facilitate. We're talking about facilitating, we're not talking about teaching. We're talking of facilitating. Second phase, implementation. And the last phase, which people cry most, and that's very bad and dangerous, is the assessment. You see, it's the assessment. 3 phases: assessment, implementation, development. Where it is more painful, it is assessment. Somebody comes in, how does that one assess the child, or the learner, or the student? How does that one assess? So I wanted you to give you as a starter, where while you are doing that, you can be thinking of other issues as we progress. Thank you very much for that. Now I go back to this honorable work. As I said, now I am serving University of Livingstonia, Rose Campus, where the Center of Education is. Rose, you know Dr. Rose. What I'm going to present to you is a brief study report. This is exactly what took place. Guided by myself and other 2 students, level 4 students, who are very, very interested in inclusive education. But they have failed to come because this period they are on holidays. I'm sorry for that, because that was grooming, so that next time when they are in the field, they can quickly start producing such work. So, the brief overview of the study is going to follow that. But because of time, I think I will not be really taking much time to look at each and every stage as it's supposed to be. I know there will be one other time that UNIRIA, that is University of Livingstonia, at a certain point will be really also organizing small gatherings just to share what we have started here. This is just a brief overview report on what we tried to look at so that we can improve inclusive education, or the implementation of inclusive education. Introduction. It's true, literature has proved that inclusive education benefits all, and I have emphasized all learners in their education. And Malawi is one of the countries that adopted this system. Confirming as well, one of them is both that is there. So, although inclusive education is a huge area, but in my case, in our case, we focused at teacher preparation in relation to inclusive education. Preparation. Other people focus on assessment. Preparation is part of implementation. So others focused on assessment, others focused on, yes, development, but this one focused on preparation, which we have prepared to guide the developers of the secondary, primary, even teacher education curriculum. The interest I think was generated when we were moving in schools. There is that good time where lecturers support students in teaching practice. That's where I saw a huge gap. When we interacted with the teachers, we found that there are a lot of problems, especially schools, secondary schools who are off urban. Rural schools are the ones suffering in Malawi, rural schools. Regarding one of these issues of contemporary, like this one, they're suffering. And it is, that's why we thought maybe let us bring this to light. Yes. Inclusive education is about teaching all learners together, and very well. That guy said it. But it calls for the redesigning of specialist teachers' roles to support inclusive education. Inclusive education will never succeed in any country if you don't utilize specialist teachers. As such, specialist teachers' roles have to be redesigned so that they support teachers in the mainstream. Why should they be redesigned? Because specialists were meant to be in satellite schools. I've been at a satellite school, quite a number of them. That's where specialist teachers were supposed to be. We were not being posted in mainstream schools before. No. Till 1994, when some of you were not even born. 1994, when inclusive education was declared in the world. You see, two things were declared in 1994, and this brings confusion. Free primary education as well as inclusive education, declarations. So, but in the absence of special teachers, it's impossible to implement education. The interest was to find out teacher preparation in relation to inclusive education. When I saw this, you organizers of this conference, you were very competent. Thank you very much. You touched almost every area, every aspect within inclusive education. Aspect of preparation, aspect of assessment, aspect of use of ICT. Yes, that competency has to be integrated in this. So, although teachers had vast experience in teaching regular classes, soon after the declaration, soon after the introduction of inclusive education, even though teachers, some of them had 20 years to teach, but soon it was meant that all learners should learn in the same class. It means there was a gap. It means there was a gap. That's why these teachers, they need to be supported, or they wanted to be supported because of that gap. Taught 100 years, but the way they were teaching now will be different. So that was why we say, I think this theme, when they say, look at teacher preparation in relation to inclusive education, wow. We have to enter into a class. How do they prepare? Now, some of you who are professionals, go, I tell you, go and visit the schools. Get what the teacher has prepared. It's trash. Trash, half page. But in that class, there are several learners. They are, some use learners with diverse needs. Several learners with individual differences. So that's why Then how do they prepare? That was the big question that I posed. How do they prepare? So all the tools hinged within how do they prepare in relation to that. Purpose of this study was to investigate teacher preparation in relation to inclusive education. So this brief study was conducted in 4 schools in the north, in the district of Rumpi and Karonga. Outside urban, with my students, we chose schools that even when we were going there to reach them, the car was left very far. So we walked to that school deliberately. That was purposeful. Is everybody able to meet those people for inclusivity? So it was the zones, 2 zones, not Kalonga Boma, not Rumpi Boma, but far, far from town. Just to see how those people, they are faring within the preparation of their work in relation to inclusive education, not just general preparation, but within inclusive education. Research objective to investigate teacher preparation in relation to inclusive education. Yes, that was our objective. Literature review, I think one of the content of the just gone presentation, all that is literature review. I can attach it to big of it literature that we need to read as curriculum developers, what my colleague was presenting. Very nice. What's supposed to be done? What other people have done? So a good chunk of literature also was done. Although Malawi has made long strides in special needs, yes, strides Malawi has made in special needs. You can see several satellite institutions, resource centers, units, special schools. That is very nice for Malawi. And in those days, many countries around Africa, they were coming to Malawi to train. But also Malawi has made good progress in inclusive education. It has, it's very true. Most of the students are included. They are not denied school, but they are denied while they are inside. These are 2 different things. They are accepted. If you are accepted, you can sleep with them all together. You are secured. You are in school. But the worst is when you are denied while you are inside. So what's the use of accepting you when you are not accepted in essence? That's what is happening. If we can't provide what belongs to them or what is supposed to be for them, we can't provide, then we say, but we love you, come here. So maybe that's where we need to change. That's where we're going. I can see that there will be a lot of change within this curriculum. We didn't really have the direction when we were doing in 2016 or so, around there. But I think now we are settled. There are a lot of structures from above up to bottom up. So we will really do something very better. So, yes, majority of learners with special needs and yes, and those who are vulnerable children remain identified in rural schools. That is a challenge. We discovered that most children with these challenges, they are not well identified. The incompetence of teacher issue is a big issue, incompetence of teachers. So the problem compounded by shortage of specialist teachers in schools to support regular teachers. That compounded the problems because teachers in the regular arena, they were also looking for specialist teachers to support them. They were also sick. They also needed to be treated. And yet we want to treat the other people. That's our children. Of course, that is medical language. But in our education languages, there is
in special needs languages, inclusive education, no sickness as per se. The study had similar lamentations, schools lacking support from specialist teachers. Why are specialist teachers at the center? That is the question we can also be answering while we are looking at these issues as we go. Theoretical framework. The theoretical framework that guided this research, we have the understanding that teachers prepare lessons. That is done. Teachers prepare lessons or prepare themselves for regular students, for regular classes, for regular learners. That's very true. The shift from regular classroom teaching or facilitation to an inclusive setting required change. You see that now. That's where now we're going deeper now. Change. So inclusive education requires change. Change in teachers, change in policy holders, change in parents, change in the children themselves as well. Change. So that shift alone from this to inclusive classrooms, inclusive setting where you meet learners with diversity or learners with diverse learning needs, change was imminent. In this case, we focused on change in planning. That is our study. Change in planning. So if we're looking at change in planning, which is during implementation of the curriculum, planning, therefore, so how do we face the change? How do we face the change? Right. Then I thought we have to apply the theory of constructivism. There are several theories: cognitive theory, behavioral theory, social theory, but this one, because it deals with if somebody is meeting using the already existing knowledge plus the new knowledge, then is able to develop or a new change. That is very true. So the research was designed quite full. Sample strategy was done. We met 50 teachers from 4 schools, and we had the focus group interviews where we interacted with them, and we had massive information, very, very massive information. That's how it was done. So we looked at teachers who had 2 to 5 years experience, 6 to 10 years, 11, 15 years, and 16 above. The advantage of using the 6 to 10 years and 2 to 5, there were some IPT students who, as per se, they are not really specialists, but they have knowledge in inclusive education, which benefited quite a lot, and is still benefiting the teachers. Methodology, as I've mentioned, data collection was done, which we thematically analyzed the data quite fine. And the following themes came out very clear: knowledge of special needs education, knowledge of inclusive education, availability of special teachers, if at all they were aware of the presence of students with diverse learning needs, and those, any support provided already. So those were the themes that were in our research. Findings, yes, they are there, but because I've been warned, so I want to go to this, because that's where we're going to the curriculum. Recommendations. These are not coming from literature review. These are seriously coming from what we were providing. For curriculum developers, need for beef up information at the preamble of teachers' textbooks. You know, that small thing you have included in the textbooks, the beginning page, it is helping them to have a feel of what is about special needs and what is about inclusive education. So beef up that information. How you do it, you know the job. It seems teachers are benefiting from that. That's the only information in teachers when they are preparing for preparation. Develop more source materials. Yes, resource materials. Yeah, Emma is talking about resource books. I think we need those, like we have been doing with Save the Children, FEDOM, and I think Emma on our own, let us develop on inclusive education and provide with the lecturers or teachers in secondary schools, teachers in primary schools, even electronic copies. Electronic copies. You don't need to print these days. They will find the information from there. Orient teachers on the materials using most effective way to teach. They told us, okay, when they go to our bosses, they go up there, they get allowances. When they come, they teach us in one day. They are there for 1 week, they come here to teach us or facilitate to us 2 days without anything. You cannot achieve anything. That's innovate methods, good. Innovate methods that are participatory but promote critical thinking and inclusive learning. Where I am now, when we look at our students and we look at our materials, the only method that is abused is a group method discussion. How do you expect group method discussion in our students when they are 10 in one group? I would have brought some of these pictures we got. 10 one group discussion. This is what we taught as groups. So they are coming from the syllabus, they are coming from the textbooks. I think it's time to review how best can we do group discussion method. Include the model A. Include a model inclusive lesson plan. There is none. There is none. Curriculum developers include an inclusive lesson plan model. Yes, yes, yes. Then they'll be able to follow and say, no, maybe I need to do this. To ministry, there's good structures within the system. CPDs can be conducted at TDC. Why can't they orient or send somebody to orient them in TDCs? Where is the rural, we don't know why it is failing that in rural areas these teachers are not having that. So rural TDCs, much more. They need support from specialist teachers. Never, they don't go there as specialist teachers. They don't get. In one of the write-up down there, I've said special teachers go there just to collect data. They even mentioned Mr. Soso comes here every month just to collect data, a specialist teacher. Then also higher institutions. My recommendation to higher institutions, I think we are not doing much on inclusive education as per se. We need recent data, recent information from higher institutions, scale up research on the IE. Need to innovate new and oral review, use of methodologies. Universities, I think we have to initiate methodologies that benefit secondary school teachers, benefit primary school teachers, universities. If we take 2 years, 3 years, 4 years without writing anything on inclusive education, amongst others, we cannot change abuse of group discussions. As of today, especially in rural schools, do not plan their work in relation to inclusive education. Today, are schools progressing? Is morale progressing? To a large extent, it's showed that if supported, teachers can plan in relation to inclusive education, and we can develop inclusive education. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for allowing me to consume my 3 minutes you gave me. Forgive me.
Okay, another round of applause for Mr. Gobede. So it seems it is still a challenge for most teachers to implement special needs or inclusive education in our schools, particularly in primary schools. So because of interest of time, let us invite questions or comments because we also have another presentation coming up. So questions or comments?
Thank you very much for that good presentation. My question is on assessment. Which assessment? Is it upon writing maybe an exam and you assessing them, or assessing them in placing them according to disability? This is one of the major challenges. Actually, I should have been one of the major challenges as far as special needs is concerned. I've gone to schools where you find someone is given a paper, is holding a pen, cannot write anything, is shaking. I don't know what condition that is. There's a condition. Someone is just shaking, is not writing, and one would say, I think if there was a proper assessment on this learner, they would have been recommending maybe for oral exam. So I wanted to find out what type of assessment. Is it assessing them, assessing the learners according to their disability, or assessing upon writing the exams?
Okay. Another question, comment, or any reaction in regard to the presentation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gobedentonga, for your presentation. Mine is just a comment to concur with you, especially on higher education. You have highlighted the need for more research on inclusive education. Is quite true. Currently, what we have noted is our policy direction is relying much on international documents. International documents, but also reports or research papers done by other people from outside Malawi, which doesn't really reflect the current situation on the ground. So it's really an issue to lobby for more research in our higher education institutions, especially on inclusive education. I know we have a Center for Research in the University of Malawi, but it's not doing much in terms of research, and even the rest of the higher education institutions. So it's quite important. And secondly is an issue to do with training. You have already highlighted the gap that we have in our system regarding specialized teachers, not only in basic but also in secondary as well as the higher education institution. Why? Is because of the transition processes. We have noted a good strides in terms of transitioning of our students from, or our learners from primary going into secondary, and now there is also an increase in the tertiary. As I'm talking now, we have 11,000 plus students in the secondary education, but the support that is being provided is not adequate. So it's just a plea. Currently, Montfort is training special teachers at diploma level, but if you look into the current the revised standard at secondary education, the entry point for teachers is degree level. So it means it will be very difficult for graduates from Montfort College to support secondary education because the establishment, the current establishment doesn't allow that. And from our end as ministry is to lobby with the higher education institutions to develop courses on inclusive education. I know currently we have Catholic University, which is doing a lot in terms of training specialist teachers, but we could also lobby with, would also like to lobby with other higher education institutions, especially in the public, also to come up with specialized courses. I know we have Adomasi, we have Nalikule, we have these other public institutions. why can't we be proactive, embrace inclusive education by making sure that we develop more courses on special needs and inclusive education so that we beef up the gaps in primary as well as in secondary education? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Mine is just a comment. A comment first on, I was looking at the definition, i.e. being the teaching of all learners together and teaching them well. And I also would like to commend the presenter. You indicated that when selecting the research areas, you selected the remotest, where vehicles would not reach, where you would find the real situation when somebody is teaching and not expecting anyone to pop in. And I would also like to commend the recommendations that have come through, both to the curriculum developers, to the Ministry of Education, as well as to the higher education institutions or researchers, to ensure that we enhance conducting research pertaining to inclusive education. More so, I would like to stress on the issue of the need to promote innovative teaching methods apart from group discussions. That one, I would like to stress it more, not just for inclusive education. Even when we go to the mainstream, the other teaching methods, when we are in the classrooms, mostly it's sit in 2, sit in 3, or form a group and discuss this. That's the most used one. But when we were listening to the different presentation, including the presentation that we listened to in the morning on the use of music, it's part of the teaching methods that can be used. So I would like to commend the need to explore different teaching methods. Actually, some teaching methods would encourage listeners, whether inclusive or not, to take part in the learning process. Thank you.
My question goes to MIE in terms of consolidation of research on inclusive education. Because I know University of Nottingham and University of Malawi, they are doing a big research project on inclusion. College of Medicine has also done a lot of research work on inclusive education. And also University of Malawi with University of Glasgow and University of Birmingham. Together with University of Catholic University, we've been doing research on inclusive education. Have you managed to consolidate all this work?
Okay, thank you. So it seems we really have gaps in the training of our teachers as regards to inclusive education. So I'll give a minute or two to Mr. Gobede to conclude and maybe address the questions that were asked. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The other question, I think, goes to MIE. I'm University of Livingstonia now, so MIE will respond to that. Assessment, the first question was assessment. I think I generalize, and both assessment for placement, that's the first one. Assessment for placement, which does not really fall under MANEP, but it falls under several institutions which are responsible for inclusive education. But now we have MANEP for examinations, see another challenge. So there are two sources of examination. Assessment for exams, promotion, selection. You can see where they suffer quite a lot, our students or learners with diverse learning needs. But also there is a challenge in assessment for recruitment. That is, because that is also limited in rural areas. That's why many students are unidentified. they are not identified thereafter being supported for school. So I said this food for thought. I started with these three: assessment, development, and implementation. Sure, Madam Director, I think it's true. We need more institutions to come up with programs where maybe we can fight with the gap of specialist teachers. The gap is growing, but the training organizations are not getting more. For your information, UNIRIA is at a higher level, developing the program for a bachelor's degree in inclusive education. So we want to try as much as possible, I think, so that we join Catholic University, we join Montfort. We know Montfort is doing quite great, producing fewer specialists. We want to try to join to take the route of Montfort, where we can produce good inclusive teachers, but also well-rounded specialists, so that they can be able, they shouldn't be shallow. I think we'll see when we meet you. We are in the process of meeting you and meeting the ministry people. I think tomorrow will be the ministry. Thank you very much. If there are no any other issues, I thank you very much for the listening. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, let's give him a hand. So we have one final presentation, and our next presenter is Mr. Dickens Mahwayo. He holds a Bachelor of Business Administration, Bachelor of Environmental Science, and he also has a certificate in Public Relations. He is the 2020 Goldman Global Environmental Award nominee for African Region. He is also the Vice Chairperson of the National Land Coalition Steering Committee, and he has conducted several studies in education, environment and climate change, gender equality, general inclusiveness of persons with disabilities in socio-economic development, amongst others. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Mr. Dickens Mahwayo. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. As you might have heard, my name is Dickens Mahwayo. I'll be presenting on exploring the reach and the access to education opportunities for pupils with disabilities in Malawi. And in my presentation, I'll be highlighting on gaps and the challenges. That's the presentation overview. I'll start with the background, problem statement, study objectives, then the most important area with this, in this gathering is recommendations, because that's where we're going to bang heads and map way forward on what should be done, best approaches and good practices. I would like to start my presentation by highlighting some of the thought-provoking issues. These are issues that will generate special interest, deeper thinking, discussion, and perhaps some questions. And these are all children with disabilities. Are they in school? I'm trying to mean all children that are eligible, they are aged enough that they can actually be in school. Are they in school? If not, why? Can we do better than this? How can we improve the reach and access for pupils with disabilities? By the way of background, education is a tool for national development. This is a fact. And a quote from Nelson Mandela, education is a powerful weapon that can change the world. And the education is fundamental human right that underpins the Education 2030 agenda. And the Education 2030 agenda stipulates that ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Children, including those with disabilities, have rights as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi, as well as other pieces of legislation. The rights include the right to health, education, alternative care, family life, and other rights that you and me were aware of. These rights are also detailed in international conventions, and Malawi as a country is also a signatory. Coming to the problem statement, Malawi as a country has over 1.9 million persons with disabilities, and if we are to take it from Malawi population and housing census of 2018, national prevalence of disability among children aged 0 to 17 was at 5.6%, 6.0 for boys and 5.2 for girls. Most of the grades of disability include walking difficulties, seeing difficulties, hearing difficulties, and speaking difficulties. However, there are pockets of laxity in as far as meeting the educational needs of learners with disabilities is concerned. Issues of equity and equality in access and reach for meaningful educational opportunities for learners with disabilities have been compromised in Malawi and other countries in Southern Africa, such that though it is an integral and central part, learners with disabilities, access to education opportunities are minimal as compared to others without disabilities. Let's closely look at these pictures. Systematic exclusion and stigma. In Malawi and elsewhere in Africa, children and youths with disabilities face pervasive inequality and exclusion and stigma. And this stigma and exclusion is actually internalized in our kids, in our children, such that they think that that's the way of life, that's normal as far as they are concerned. The first picture you can see, it's either not by design, maybe by default. You can see the standing plan out there, such that our children with disability, they think that that's the way of life. That's how it has to be. Stigma and exclusion is internalized in them, the same with the other. And though adults with disabilities also face challenges, but children and youths with disabilities are often denied to enjoy fundamental human rights and access to basic services like basic education, mainly because they always lack a voice. They can't voice out, such that to them, it's internalized to them. That's the way of life. That's how it has to be. Now let's look at this issue. It's up to you and me to term it whether it's a success story or not. The proportion of children with special needs attending school remained at 2% between 2009 and 2015. And it slightly increased to 3% over a period of between 2016 and 2019. However, the number of learners with special need has been decreasing at an average rate of 1.8% from 2018 up to 2022. This is concurred by UNICEF and the Malawi Educational Statistics. One may ask, maybe families in Malawi have actually stopped giving birth to children with disabilities. Or maybe there is an increase, or maybe there is an improvement in healthcare services in the country for children under 5, such that we don't have any children with disabilities. Can this be celebrated? However, fair conclusion is that there are missing links and gaps, constraints, and challenges facing learners with disabilities and specific needs in as far as accessing education is concerned. In the other room, there was a comment, I think, from the director of, Deputy Director of Education, Inclusive Education, in which he actually recommended if we may have dual curricula, in which we are going to have the other curriculum, like vocational skills, such that those learners or children with disabilities that are not, maybe their capacity is not all that good, or maybe their IQ is on the lower side, they can actually choose to follow the other path. Maybe this could be another reason why the numbers have been decreasing. Objectives with the several local and international legal instruments that aims at safeguarding the rights of persons with disabilities. The study wanted to explore the reach and access to education opportunities for pupils with disabilities in Malawi. We are aware of a lot of international and national legal instruments, including our own Disability Act. The study wanted to explore if the lower education is basically inclusive, universal, and equal, especially for persons with disabilities, while at the same time singling out gaps, constraints, and challenges facing them in as far as equality in opportunities to access education is concerned. That's the methodology. It was comparative situation analysis. Focus group discussions also conducted. Sampling was snowballing, yet purposive. And the analysis was manual on a continuous basis using tally sheets. Key findings. Systematic exclusion. There are pockets of inequalities and the systematic exclusion based on the access to education opportunities and inclusive strategies targeting learners with disabilities. With this data from UNICEF as a justification, rising versus decreasing numbers. It is a fact that the population in the country is growing, and the number of children that are born in per district hospital, the number of children that were born in 2000 per day, and the number that are born in 2022, the number have actually increased, not decreased. So this is some sort of, it's a bit irony as to why is the case like this. This graph from Malawi Education Statistics is showing that in 2018, the number of learners with special needs was over 175,000 in 2018, while in 2022, the number decreased to 162,000. One may tend to wonder as to why the numbers have been decreasing. The study revealed that because of learning difficulties in which learners with disabilities have been facing, making it difficult for them to access lessons because of, amongst others, lack of enough qualified special needs teachers and assistive devices in many schools. Now, in the absence of alternatives, dropping out of school remains the fair option for learners themselves and even their parents, because their parents may see at their child not able to get something at the school compared to other able-bodied children. On the issue of lack of enough qualified special needs, in 2017, in the report which Malawi government submitted to Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it indicated that the country then had approximately 1,100 specialist teachers to cater for over 93,000 learners, of which, if we are to look into equation, that means one teacher was there for 85 children with disabilities. Of course, this is not good enough. The other issue, the other gap is policy, in which issues of publicity, enforcement, and punishments were actually analyzed. The Disability Act of 2012, of course, it has undergone over the years several amendments, 2013, 2014, and during the last sitting, there was again another amendment, of which in all these amendments, they lack enforcement elements, general advocacy, sensitization, drive, and accurate interpretation, such that those targeted by this piece of legislation, we are talking about persons with disabilities and other users, are not fully aware of its articles and the areas where universal access to basic services like education is highlighted. Go back to that picture. If it had been that that boy was actually aware on the issue of inclusiveness, there is no way stigma and exclusion would have been internalized in him. He doesn't know anything about the Disability Act. And this act, there is no penalties for lack of compliance. We have got other acts in the country. For example, the Pension Act of 2011. This forces all employers to put their workers on pension. If you don't put your employer on pension, you are penalized. The Taxation Act encourages that all workers should be on pay as you earn. If an institution is not putting its workers on pay as you earn, they are penalized after the 14th of the other month. That's an enforcement element that are there in other acts. But then the Disability Act don't have any enforcement and issues of penalties. The Disability Act of 2012 on its own lack clear definition of the strategies through which educational challenges affecting learners with disabilities can be addressed. Hence, policy monitoring is another gap. Policies not talking to each other. We have got several documents, policies, the Handicapped Persons Act, National Disability Mainstreaming Strategy, National Special Needs Education. The fact that some national and international blueprint documents and instruments were actually introduced before or maybe soon after the Disability Act of 2012, these documents are silent on the plight of persons with disabilities and their educational needs. Much as they are talking about something about their educational needs, they are basically talking about inclusiveness, but there is no enforcement elements. Since the Act and other policies doesn't have clear enforcement mechanism, forcing institutions and groupings to have persons with disabilities represented makes it difficult for these institutions and groupings to come up with the policies and principles that address the educational needs of learners with disabilities adequately. For example, if it may have an element that whether you like it or not, as long as you are working in Malawi, you must at least have 2% of your workers in this group of persons with disabilities. But then our Disability Act don't have that enforcement element. The other issue is general perceptions, which is linked to the internalization of thinking of our children with disabilities. Because of this, comparatively, children and youths with disabilities go through difficult times because of exclusion. Hence, they live in hopeless life compared to the general communities. As such, access to education can basically be pipe dream in the absence of authorities' commitment. In some cases, in some areas, you can have an adult living with disabilities who has been to secondary school, maybe have actually attended tertiary education, but is just staying in the village. Now, other children with disabilities looking at him, there is no way they can be encouraged, they can have the guts to continue going to school. They may be demoralized. They lack role modeling. Children with disabilities lack motivational elements empowered by constitutional positivism of the very critical issues to do with their free and full participation in the world of education as well as work. Because of this, they don't see any reason to go further with their education. The same is true with the parents of learners with disabilities, because they think of maybe they are doing something which is losing and risky investment. Education is investment. Location, distance versus access. Apart from other factors, there is great inequality in as far as access to education in lower and medium primary schools is concerned in Malawi because of issues of distance and the access. In the study, we looked at how accessible and far apart schools are in rural areas, especially in rural areas, to each other. Ironically, most of children with disabilities, learners go to public schools, many of which are located in rural areas without enough special needs teachers. It is assumed that the closeness of schools in terms of distance can promote and encourage learners with disabilities to attend classes. We analyzed the distances between schools. Most cases, large numbers of schools have distances of up to over 5 kilometers. Central West Education Division has schools with, especially rural schools that are close enough, others 4 kilometers apart, seconded by Northern Education Division, Central East Division, and the Southwest Education Division. Seed and the Shire Highlands have schools that are far apart, between 8 and 15 kms. And these findings were actually conquered by Malawi Education Statistics of 2022. Now, what are the best approaches and the good practices that can be followed in order to address these challenges and gaps? Available, accessible, reachable, friendly. Something which is available, it is not automatic that it is accessible, it is reachable, it is friendly. Maybe somewhere this is how our education system is. It is available, yes. We may have primary schools, yes, in the rural areas, yes. But is it accessible by children with disabilities, learners with disabilities? Now, friendliness, is it friendly? Do we have special needs teachers? How about assistive devices in these schools? Malawi as a country should look into issues of inclusiveness and equality involving persons with disabilities. Hence, should look into development of disability-friendly curricula in the education system, as well as accessibility, availability of special needs teachers as assistive devices in all schools, regardless of location, not only urban-based schools. A good example is maybe if you are talking about special needs teachers, let's look at the language or sign language translators. sign language interpreters. How many sign language interpreters do we have in our schools? And apart from that, how many children have we got with hearing problems that may need sign language interpreters? Policy or law reform, linking and publicity. Just like other policies, the Disability Act of 2012, being a relatively new piece of legislation, should be taken to the users, including educationists, for them to identify its gaps, some of which is something to do with the enforcement and the penalties that I've told about, as well as access to education for persons with disabilities, and of course, to appreciate the need for its reform, as well as linking it to other frameworks and the legislations. All-inclusive school curricula, as long as Malawi recognizes the importance of education in meeting the challenges posed by globalization, in order to maximize the opportunities availed by the same, and as we are driving towards the paradigm shift to the digital environment, pupils with disabilities should not be left out. Just like how our NESIP 2020-2030 stipulates that not leaving anyone behind. In the same way, pupils with disabilities should not be left behind. As such, educationists should move with time and develop all-inclusive curricula in primary as well as primary teacher training institutions in order to address the current gaps. Authorities should recognize, ensure, and enforce. Authorities should recognize the rights and needs of all persons or pupils with disabilities to access education, where they can as well get every information from public and private duty bearers, because persons with disabilities, pupils with disabilities, is also bona fide and is a bona fide rights holder, hence equity and inclusiveness is ensured. Authorities should ensure that all government policies, guidelines, programs, and instruments related to inclusive educational systems, including school curricula, are designed, delivered, and implemented in a disability-friendly manner to ensure equity in access. Authorities should enforce the revisiting of the 2012 Disability Act, as well as linking it with other instruments, so that issues of education access and needs for persons or pupils with disabilities do come out clearly to ensure equity and inclusiveness with enforcement penalties. In conclusion, the potential for great socio-economic growth and poverty alleviation through the full adoption of inclusive education may meaningfully integrate Malawi into the global village and reap greatly in socio-economic development through universal education. And apart from that, if we want to meet the targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Malawi 2063, the effective implementation of inclusive educational policies and programs should be considered as a high priority. I thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mawayo. Another round of applause for him. So it seems our issues are almost the same. We have challenges that we are facing in terms of teachers lacking enough training, and also here we are focusing on the learners themselves now, how they are neglected in schools and face different challenges. So let's take one or two questions, and then he makes his conclusion, and then we wind up for the day.
Thank you so much for your presentation. About 2 weeks ago, I was one of the persons that was being oriented in the new Disability Act. And we're told by Malawi Council for Disability Affairs, which was formerly Makoha, that from now on, abbreviating people, learners, children with disabilities is not allowed. So I saw some of that in your presentation, so put it in the right way. And as you have rightly said, there should be penalties. There's so many penalties in that one. I think you need to get hold of that. If you don't have it, I can share it with you. There's so many penalties, and some of the things that you're recommending are in there. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay, we can take another. Let the deputy director be the final one to speak, but hand it over to Madam.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I left when the other one was presenting, but I know he can also ably handle it. The issue of assessment, I've noted that much as we appreciate that the learners with disability or learning difficulties have to be their grades, or there should be fairness, maybe let me use that word, when they are being assessed. But is it everyone? Because it's just taken as one size fits all, or it's mainly a certain specific learning disability. Because sometimes I feel it's fair, but it's also unfair to the regular, to the other learners. But if it's a specific disability and it's scientific, not scientific, but medically proven that this one, this condition, we have to treat it as such, I think that would be okay. I'm saying this through experience. At some point when I was in teacher education for the teachers, it was as if we just have to take everybody to be considered as a teacher, but with very low, not fitting the condition, which I felt could be done, but maybe to specific areas. The other area is the benchmarks for inclusive education should be commonly known. We know, like the ministry as a whole, we say 1 teacher to 60 learners. What about inclusive education? Let's make sure that that is publicized. People should know. But 1 specialist teacher is supposed to handle maybe 10 learners or 20 learners according to the benchmark. So that people should understand that when we say the teachers are not enough or they are not adequate, the pupil or the student-teacher ratio is much, much lower. It's not like the other teacher classroom ratio. The other issue is on materials. Materials for learners with learning difficulties are very expensive, like the hearing, even the braille. So how can departments, organizations like DPAM and the other organizations assist the ministry or make these materials locally available so that it's cost effective and the ministry is able to distribute as many as possible in the schools? Because sometimes it's the unit cost which maybe becomes like a constraint, and the funding is not as much, so they will procure but maybe less. So it's just like a drop in the ocean. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have another hand in front.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And I would like to just a comment also. First, on the issue of publicity of the policies and the laws that you referred to. And I would also like to comment on issues of inclusion. to say that indeed inclusion, we mention it, but I don't think we work very hard to ensure that we are as inclusive as possible. You've mentioned so many aspects like issues of distances to schools, location of the school, and also with that, I'm still on the issue of inclusion. With that, referring to the speaker that spoke before, it shows how much she's committed to follow what is happening to her son in the schools. At least she went to school, she's able to get more information on what's involved with the learning of the child. But there are so many in the communities, parents who cannot do what she's doing to follow with what is happening in school with the learner. With that, I think the other recommendation would be the need to publicize, as you mentioned, but also the need for more commitment. And this commitment, not just from the teachers, to be committed to do more so that they can reach the learner that needs that special attention, but also the parent. We know the schools are far at the moment. It can't just happen in maybe tomorrow to get the school closer to home, but there's need for commitment for the parent also to be able to take the child to school, to find means and ways of getting the child to school. That goes with the publicity for them to know. Maybe some also don't know that there is that facility and they can take their learners to the schools. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take one comment from here, and then finally the Deputy Director for Inclusive will comment.
Okay. Thank you very much, all the presenters. Mine is a general comment. It's not directed to the presenter, but to everyone who is in inclusive education. The one area that I find not being very clear is that you don't give us specifics on the teaching methods, on methods of assessment, on the resources, and on how best teachers can reach out to children with special needs. So I think as we are designing the curriculum, reviewing the curriculum, we need to have more information on the specifics. If we talk about learner-centered methodologies, what kind of learner-centered methodologies can a teacher use in a class where there is a child with special needs? Whether a child has sight problems or hearing problems or whatever kind of disability that child has. So as we move along, we need those kind of specifics. What kind of teaching methods, what kind of teaching practices should the teacher use in class, instead of just saying use methodologies that are appropriate for children with special needs, but we need to come up with some specific methods, and then we try them out and see how they work. That way we'll be able to train teachers more appropriately so that they can help children with special education needs. But if we are not as clear as we can, I think it will be difficult for those of us who may not clearly know how to help children with special needs. Thank you.
May we have Deputy Director for Inclusive?
Thank you very much, Moderator. I think much has already been said. My comment is on the enforcement measures. The presenter highlighted the documents that Malawi is referring to in terms of implementation. But let me communicate to the House that Ministry of Education is currently developing an inclusive education policy, and the process is almost in completion stage. And I think it's our hope that the moment we have this approved, I think it will be a reference point in terms of enforcing relevant authorities to make sure that the issues of IE is really taken into the relevant stages. And the other comment is on the reduction of learners in terms of the data that has been presented. I think we have several factors that impacted the reduction during the stated period, 2019 to 2022. And I think we need also to take note of the pandemic, especially the COVID-19, but also the cycles that have been impacting Malawi. And this has not only impacted those with special needs, but even regular learners have also been impacted negatively. So I think the research was also supposed to look into all the indicators that are affecting the decreasing in number of these learners. But this time around, I think we have picked up based on what you have presented. We are now currently at 193 plus, 193,000 plus in the basic education, and also 11,000 plus in secondary education. Just to comment on what Dikwas has just highlighted, is very useful and very critical, as you have highlighted. I think we need to come out very clear and taking advantage of this curriculum review for us to be inclusive. I think we need to make sure that the best approaches have to be included, and better explanation, better indicators have to be included so that we do justice to the teachers. Our teachers, especially mainstream teachers, are struggling because they are not provided with the relevant information. So it's quite important, because when we're talking about assessment, that's why we are saying this time around we have revised the coding system. But for someone to understand this, it requires orientation, it requires content. So I hope when we go into the development stage, the review process, because I know there are several stages, but our department or us as specialist teachers will be consulted fully so that critical issues should be highlighted in the document for proper reference by our teachers. But also to make sure that training should be done accordingly, because if we don't also train our teachers, it remains a challenge in terms of implementation. Thank you so much. Over to you, moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know maybe we still have some comments, but in the interest of time, let me hand over to the presenter to address the issues.
Thank you very much. 99.9% of the observations were comments. I would like to concur with the first speaker. She actually talked about that the terminology has now changed. And that was actually my observation in that slide, that issues in some of the issues in the policy are not known by users and even the persons with disabilities themselves. So it's high time when authorities must take the act to the users and maybe to the persons with disability themselves, so that they may be in the know, because the issues of, as the other speaker mentioned about, the ratio between one special needs teacher to one person with disability is not known. So on that one, that's true. It's like publicity is the way to go. On the I think all were largely comments, so thank you.
Okay, give him a round of applause. Before we finally close, Mr. Kalambo has got a word or two. Apparently, there was a question addressed to the curriculum specialist, so he wants to address that. Over to you, sir.
No, thank you very much. I think in the previous presentation, there was an observation to say, does MI consolidate issues of to do with inclusive education from the studies that have been conducted by different universities? UNIMA and Glasgow, I think, was cited in that. So I think the simple answer is yes, we do. But also let me call upon the stakeholders present here. When we have done a research to do with curriculum development and we think it's very critical, also let us be proactive again, try to share the study with us. Yes, we scout around for studies, picking out the findings and the recommendation from the studies, but some of them might be very critical and we might miss those studies. So please let us link up and let us input to the curriculum. Thank you. Sorry, there was another observation I think in the morning. Maybe this is a smaller group, might need maybe a larger group, about the teachers from Malawi being sent back from Kenya. Anyway, we cannot validate that, but since it was observed by DTED, which is responsible for teacher education, only to say that Kenya uses a different platform when it comes to curriculum from what Malawi uses. Malawi uses the outcome-based education, and Kenya has migrated to competency-based education. So these are two different platforms of curricula, which calls for different practices and so on. If we are referring to the primary teacher in Malawi, we end at certificate. Our colleagues in Kenya, they go up to diploma. So that also brings another disparity into that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that was Mr. Kalambo, the Director for Development of Curriculum. May I call upon one volunteer to close with a prayer, and a special thanks to all our presenters this afternoon. Okay, so over to you.
Let us bow our heads and pray. Our Lord and Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening to thank you for being with us, having asked you in the morning when we were starting our session that you should guide us, should guide all the discussions. We have seen you just doing that. As we will be closing, Father, we'll ask for your travel message that you see us through to the places we'll be putting up until tomorrow when we come back to this very place to continue the discussion. We thank you for everything that has taken place in here. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, so refreshments are outside. We can take them as we go. Thank you.
So, dear viewer, with that we come to the end of today's sessions. However, we wanted to give you an opportunity to include your comments, the ones you have been making on Facebook as you were following our live programming. John Paul Yohani's contribution was asking why is it that mainly the faith community has been the ones that have been championing education for people with disability. Well, Ivan Yohani said the educators need to take note of the learning materials like Braille for blind students should be free and cheap, but it is scarce and expensive, and there is need to remove all taxes associated. Thank you very much. As for Faye Gimpasi Mwale, she has been following us since the morning. She said she commented about her how keen she was to learn about the grasshopper presentation. Yes. And so many of you have commented, and we thank you for being with us through the day. Tuntufia Brighton Ndambo was one of them, and so was Umar Mataka. The same it was with Sylvia Mabel, Sylvia Wabei Piri, who said music should be enhanced in and should be introduced in schools as early as the ECD. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sylvia Wabei Piri. You actually also wanted to ask if you could get a t-shirt all the way to Zambia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. Chifundo Kaunda said Malawi will change for the better. And this is her comment, believing that this conference will have such a contribution. While Yohane Chakasika said another important point, Mrs. Kalizangoma, is that we need to think of the type of teachers that we want to produce. That was a response to an earlier presentation that was made this morning. Walter Tuntufia Brighton Ndambo said, kindly consider strengthening provisions of civics, character, peace, education. The educated person should be able to know and do his or her roles and responsibilities to the state and his and her community. As a person of integrity, patriotism, development of character must be one key cornerstone of the curriculum. Very interesting comments that have been shared on this page. As for Mfumu King, who was also watching us, his response was that he will add to the director's list culture and ideology, and it can be repackaged as civics. Thank you very much for following Frank Ali Piri, Fegi Mpase Mwale, Luano, Framino, Mwagomba, Vincent Kaunda, Lea Msukwa, Bareke Nyirenda, Devi Langwa Saini. Manena mamene bomwachidule kuti anthu amene wanda amenakhala nafe ndithu nthawi yamasanayi kupanga comment, kupanga follow live, komanso ndithu kuthirapo ndemanga zawo mbali zosiyanasiyana. Panali ena anena kuti ayinkofunika kuti maphunziro a civics abwererenso m'masukulu, pamene ena amene kuti zofunika kwambiri kuti kugwira ntchito ndi makompyuta m'masukulu mwathu zikhale ndondomeko limodzi zimene zifunika kuti zipite patsogolo kuti anthu athu aphunzire bwino. Pomwe ena amanena kuti munthu ophunzira akuyenera kudziwa kuti sakuyenera kukhala ophunzira chabe, kwa munthu akagwira ntchito akhale munthu wachilungamo komanso okonda dziko lake ndi chitukuko chomwe. Pamene ena anena kuti ofunikanso kulingalira bwino lomwe kuti kodi tikufuna kukonza kapena kuphunzitsa aziphunzitsi amene aphunzitse motani. Kumene kuti kunawucheza ndi anthu osiyanasiyana amene anapanga komenti pa page lathu la Mobi School pa Facebook, ena asanatimvera pa Mobi School online radio box, pamene ena anatimvera pa 90.0 FM, ena pa 90.0 FM Mobi School Kulilongwe, Mzuzu, komanso Blantyre. For those that were with us this afternoon, we were just having a recap of what it means to be part of this conference, and also including contributions from those who participated by joining online, those who posed questions to the authorities of what they feel should be included in the new curriculum. I am your host, Diana Aliabuba Chatata. This is not the end. Stay with me tomorrow. There is more to unpackage, unravel, and there will be lots of interviews tomorrow as we'll be winding. Ndithu tinene kuti mazula abwino koma tisaiwale kubwerera somawa pali mwayi ndithu opata t-shirt amenewa a Mobi School okongola kwambiri. Inu mukakhoti mwapanga komenti komanso kupanga share, ndiye muzakhale pomwepo. Mazula abwino.